You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. It's Friday. We made it through another week. How are we all doing out there? Hopefully great. I'm also live on Instagram for another little angle for at least the opening of the stream right now. And appreciate you guys clicking on in. Should be a fun one tonight. Lots to talk about, of course, with the panel, but of course, having a guest too. We got THWIP Media, Mr. Nate Smith, going to be joining tonight, and we'll talk shop with him, get his origin story, and then, you know, have some conversations with him. And everything. So, cheers, guys. Oh boy. Cheers. Giants, Reds, right now. No hitters happening. We're in the seventh inning. Blake Snell is pitching a no-hitter, so everything's on very high alert right now. So pardon me if I look over and see what's happening out there, but let's see who's out there. How we doing? Doom! What's going on, Phil? I know I didn't message you, but I'm sure you want to join tonight. I'll send you the link. Forgot to message you. What's going on, Movie Watch, man? Oh, we're going, man, 7 innings, no hit. Wow, that's great. So, breaking news: Tom Cruise planning a dangerous Olympic stunt. Well, I saw that. He's supposed to like parachute in or something like that. I mean, I don't know if it was like super dangerous, but it's, anything's a little dangerous. But yeah, he's supposed to like parachute into like the closing ceremonies or something like that. What's going on, W Games? What's happening? Rebel Moon director's cuts were good. The first being the best, with the opening scene was amazing, but part 2 had too much slow-mo and dragged. Oh, okay. So we got some reviews. Yeah, we're not going to be talking Rebel Moon spoilers or anything tonight because, well, I haven't seen them. Because I'm seeing them tomorrow at the screenings in LA. So not going to watch them on my teeny tiny screen right here at home. So yeah, I'm going to be there, and hopefully, if anybody's going to be out there, look for me. I'll be riding solo. So I had a couple extra tickets. Sadly, nobody wanted to claim them. I know, like, not everybody's in the Southern California area, but yeah, and then it was kind of funny too, because I was going, I don't even think any of my friends would want to go out to LA and watch almost 6.5 hours of Zack Snyder awesome sci-fi stuff. It was just like, it's like I reached out to one friend, but nah, that didn't happen. But yeah, it was just, I was like, oh man, I wish I could have gotten rid of those tickets, but sadly could not get rid of those tickets. But, it happens. W, is there anything worth it? You love the PG-13 cuts? Well, that's good. What's going on? We got Max Wolf Night Danger right here. Hey, Dave, what up? I'm doing good. I just done watch Batman Cape Crusader. My thoughts is it's a okay show, but there are some episodes that I like. So yeah, I don't like the scary movies like Trap. Okay. Well, yeah, that's good. When it comes to me, I'm only 2 episodes into Cape Crusader, and I'm loving it. And then right in a little bit, I'm actually going to give my full review of Trap right now. So, and feel free to ask some questions while I do it, and before we bring on Nate. So, yeah, what's going on, Shano? Yeah, no, it's already August. Crazy. There's Mr. THWIP right there. Be talking to him soon. Looking forward to it. I always look forward to talking to new people on this thing, man. It's always one of the great things that I love about what I love about the Vodka stream in general. It's the end of the week, have some drinks, talk to friends, but I also like talking to new people, and especially people who are creating content. It's always, I always love it. What's going on, Cortez? I binged Cape Crusader yesterday. It was really great. I hope Robin will show up in the next season. Yeah, some people are even suspecting somebody else showing up in the next season too, possibly. What's going on, Mr. William Powell? Great to see you, sir. what's going on. We got Fear Jason here as well. We got Skate and Geek Out. Hey, Dave, you dig this 8x12 Beware of the Gray Ghost print. Super heartfelt episode. Rest in peace. Yeah. Ooh, I would enjoy that. Beware of the Gray Ghost. We got Top Gun right here. What's happening? Zack Snyder's Justice League Gray showing was incredible last night. So you got to go there. That's pretty cool. The surround sound enhanced my viewing. Yeah, I'm sure. And thank you for the $5 super chat, Mr. Top Gun. A little Top Gun going action right now with my aviators. But yeah, I submitted to get tickets for last night, but I was like going, wait a minute, it's Thursday. I'm not gonna make it out there on Thursday, and I already saw on IMAX during Full Circle last year, so I went, I'd rather have save those tickets for other people to enjoy that. But I mean, it would have been great to see the gray version because I love the gray version so much. But I appreciate it. And see, we got Brandon over here on the Instagram. I'm doing pretty good. How you doing there, Brandon? Cheers. All right, well. Before we bring on the guest, you guys can ask a couple of questions. I'm going to give my review on Trap, M. Night Shyamalan and Josh Hartnett. That's right. So here we go. M. Night Shyamalan. Now, you guys saw that when it came to his daughter making a movie that came out this year called The Watchers, was a little disappointed in that movie. Was really had some high hopes for it, but it really fell flat for me. Shot very well, scored very well, and there were some things that I did like about it, but overall it just full on fell flat. So I went, well, we got her dad at least has a movie coming out, and this weekend's pretty packed. We got this, Rebel Moon, Batman, Cape Crusader, a lot of great things. Just like last weekend was packed, this weekend has passed. Been a fun couple of weeks, that's for damn sure. But when it comes to Trap and M. Night Shyamalan, you know what? I really enjoy this movie. I enjoyed this movie thoroughly, like from start to finish. I enjoyed it because it keeps you on the edge of your seat pretty much the whole time. The whole time you're just kind of going, all right, what's the angle here? Anytime, like I said, watching an M. Night Shyamalan movie, you just go, okay, what's his angle going to be? Is it going to be this way? Is it going to be that way? So I'm always constantly figuring that out. And that could work against him a little bit. I mean, he's built up his career doing that. But Josh Hartnett is he's just so freaking good in this. He's so good. And it's a really interesting character study of a psychotic serial killer who is also a dedicated family man. So you almost want a prequel. You almost want a prequel of like, how was he handling his life in separating? Because he emphasizes how he was trying to keep these lives separate. Not going to give any spoilers or anything like that, but obviously they were going to go into the character a little bit. And yes, one of the things is the fact that he knows that he's fucked, that he could be fucked. So he's looking at all angles when he's at the arena. And that's what keeps you on the edge of your seat. Yes, there's a lot of conveniences that happen within the movie. They just kind of go like, well, yeah, okay. But for the most part, Josh Hartnett is fantastic in the movie, and the tension built up. And then even Shyamalan's like other daughter, I think it's not the same daughter who did. Yeah. Stars as the pop star, and she does a fantastic job. She plays more of a role than you actually might think. But yeah, it's just like start to finish, I was just completely engaged into the whole movie, and it's really good. It's really good. And I highly suggest watching it. And that's pretty much it. Josh Hartnett for Batman. I'll say it again, because with his resurgence, with Josh Hartnett coming back, you know what? I was just kind of like, well, he tried for Batman 4, and I was just watching him now in this movie. Now that he's older, I'm going, I can see it. If James Gunn wants to bring him in for the DCU Batman, he's the perfect age for it, I think. And I think he could actually pull it off. And I'm like, I don't know. Now I'm just going for Heartbat. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. It probably won't happen, but I'm just saying, would not hate it, and he would be on the list for some baddie pants. Anyways, so there you go. There's the review right there. There's a full-on review. But if you guys have any questions, go ahead and ask them before I get my guest in here. Ask them now. There's a gray ghost Easter egg. I figured there would be. Like I said, I'm only 2 episodes deep. No spoilers. And then I got a busy weekend this week, and I'm gone all day tomorrow, and then I'm going to be gone for like half the day Sunday. So yeah, it's just like trying to find time. So I only got to fit. Did Trap connect to Sixth Sense? I'm not going to give spoilers, man. She's cute. She's a little cutie pie. Skate and geek out. Did you see Josh Hartnett in the latest season? Yes, Black Mirror with Aaron Paul. That was a great fucking episode. Again, and the guy was in Oppenheimer. He was in something else too, but I didn't catch that. But I mean, it's just kind of funny. I mean, he didn't really disappear. He was still in things, but you just didn't hear Josh Hartnett. But in the past 2 years, you've just been hearing Josh Hartnett. So, and he's really come to just be with Black Mirror, with Oppenheimer, and with this. I'm just kind of going, this is Josh Hartnett. This is the guy that was just kind of just very one-noted at one point. Now it seems like he found some other notes. So, yeah. What's going on, Axel? Good to see you, buddy. Howdy, Miss Stephanie T. Good to see you. Always great to see your name out there. Was Josh Hartnett the villain in the film? Well, I mean, he is a serial killer. He is considered, his name is the Butcher. So, I mean, but of course, like, again, it's M. Night Shyamalan. So, there's going to be some twisties and turnies and some interesting things where you kind of go like, you just kind of start thinking. But yeah, I'm not going to like fully, like I said, no spoilery stuff here. So go see it. Just started watching Rebel Moon cut. If there will be spoilers, I'll be checking out early. There's not going to be any spoilers, Stephanie. Next week, like I said, because I haven't seen the director's cuts. Next week, we're going to do spoilers discussions because not even everybody who's going to be showing up on the panel has seen everything throughout. Because again, 6.5 hours of Rebel Moon that you got to watch, and not everybody's going to be able to sit and watch it all. And like I said, I'm seeing it all tomorrow. So next weekend, I think I'm going to have also somebody new that hasn't showed up here who actually posted something today that has to do with Rebel Moon and Zach. But somebody else will be joining that discussion as well. But yeah, we'll have a full-on Rebel Moon R-rated director's cuts discussion next Friday, after everybody has had time to see it. So don't worry. Let's see. Hartnett was technically the first child of Laurie Strode. Oh, yeah, that's true, huh? And Halloween H2O, or was that Insurrection or Resurrection? Whichever one it was. Oh, boy. Look at this. Oh, boy. Sorry, I got goosebumps, man. We got a no-hitter that's happening right now. Happy Friday. What's happening there? Joel, good to see you. We got Sean right here. Guy Ritchie brought Josh back with 2 films. Oh, that's right. He was in the Jason Statham movie too, right? That's right. So I forgot about that. Yeah, he's been like all throughout. Josh has been B-listed. Dude. Oh, we are 8 innings deep into a no-hitter right here. Blake Snell, bitch. Oh, my God. Sorry, guys. Man, well, it's going to be okay. It's okay. I know, like, as much as I would just, like, want to see the things that, but no, it's perfectly okay. I mean, when, during the stream, I might have to be looking a little bit, but, I'm not going to have it distract me too much. So I apologize for it distracting right now. I'll be watching the actor's cut with a few breaks. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So yeah, don't worry. No spoilers tonight for sure. So no spoilers. So don't worry. I won't do that. But I, of course, I've seen some shots. I've seen some things online and everything. So, oh yeah, we got Jason McKenzie. Look at this, happening at the pirate ship. Ahoy, hoy! And he gave, hey, a $40 super chat for 40,000 subscribers. Hey, look at that, guys. So cheers. And if you know, you know. You guys know how significant the 40 number can be when it comes to me in the past few years. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, well, I'll tell you later. But yeah, it is kind of crazy that finally passed 40,000 subscribers. Always great to see. I remember seeing like, oh yeah, I'm in like the 30,000. And then it was just like, okay, let's start pushing things. Let's start posting more. Let's start shaping things more. And it really, it worked, it's one of those things where when you cross that marker, I mean, obviously 50,000, which is going to be the next milestone when it comes to this channel, that's going to be like even bigger. That's going to be a big milestone because it's 50,000. But 40 was like a milestone where it was like, all right, let's get to 40 because 40 is a significant number when it comes to the history, especially when it comes to the Snyder Cut and Snyder community and all that. But yeah, 40,000 subs, crazy. The 40 club, baby. I mean, some of you know out there, I see you doing that. But yeah, officially the 40 club. And hopefully, yeah, we get to 50,000 pretty. Let's get there quicker, huh? Let's get quicker. That's what I'm hoping for. So cheers. Just crazy to think about. Crazy to think about because sometimes you just go like, hey man, is it ever gonna like get there? And then all of a sudden you just start. And I tell people, one of the quotes that I've said a couple of times on here of somebody that I watch, somebody I'm subscribed to, has a big following and is a big entrepreneur. He goes, hey, if you want 10x results, well, he said it in a different way, but if you want 10x results, you got to put 10x effort into it. And sure enough, you start posting a lot of things. Hey, guess what? You start getting things start lifting off, and it's not going to happen instantly. And and earlier this week, if you guys saw, like I cut out from Film Junkie Live on Monday's show, I cut out the a Wesley Snipes interview of him talking about coming out, coming out. Yeah, Wesley Snipes is coming out, guys. No, but coming back for Deadpool and the whole like beef between him and Ryan Reynolds. I cut that out and just was like, all right, I'll put that in a regular video because I want to have all of it. I didn't condense it down to a clip. And then I wake up the next day and the thing took off overnight. And I was like, how did that happen? Wow, did the YouTube algorithm actually like look at my channel? Doesn't happen often, but because usually shorts are the way to go. If you really want to get out there, if you have a YouTube channel, try to do shorts. That definitely helps. And that's why they put it out there. But yeah, it's always kind of crazy when a video just takes off and it's like it's been a little bit since a video has really like taken off like that video did. And I was like, wow, cool. So a lot of new subscribers, a lot of new everything. And yeah, that's right. Oh, you better be showing up tonight, Steven. Now that we're past 40,000 up here, I mean, we got to get like the entire 40 club just in the panel tonight, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, yeah, always great to see Steven out there. And yeah, but cheers, guys. Cheers, guys. Appreciate the support always and everything. So vodka. The vodka is strong. Whoo-wee. I need to turn the AC down. It's a little warm in here. Or maybe it's just because I took that shot. All right. Oh, we're going into the last inning. Oh boy, it's going to be pretty crazy. Anyways, all right. Instagram, appreciate it. Thanks you, Brandon, for saying those kind words, and thank you to everybody who showed up as well. So, but thank you, Instagram. We'll talk to you soon. And like I said, if you're going to be at the Rebel Moon screenings tomorrow, look for me. I'll be there. All right. Love you. Bye. All right. Ending that. Share it. Post it. There we go. All right. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. But yeah. Anyways, okay. Let's go ahead. All right. Just making sure everything's looking pretty good. You know what? I'm gonna adjust. I think I'm a little. Hold on. Yeah. There we go. Sorry. It just looked like it was a little slightly out of focus. So just making sure the shot looks good. All right. Let's go ahead and bring in the guest and let's talk to him. And let's see. Let's talk shop and get his origin story and everything. Mr. Nate Smith, how you doing, sir?
Doing very well. Thank you for having me, Dave.
Yeah, no problem.
Congrats on the 40K subscribers too.
Yeah, appreciate that. Pretty crazy to think about for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
But thank you for joining, man. How you doing today?
Yeah, doing good. Just normal work day. Finished watching Batman, so I'm really excited to talk about that, even though I guess you haven't seen all of it, so can't say much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was really well done.
So you watched the whole thing?
Yep, all done.
All done. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's like I see it, there's a lot of people are saying that they're binging it and they're loving it and then we'll talk about it a little bit more. But yeah, sadly, I didn't have time to just sit there and just watch every episode between last night going to the movies and setting up everything, and then of course work and everything. But hopefully, I'll get to watch more episodes this weekend, even though I have a busy weekend. But yeah, I appreciate you showing up and appreciate you reaching out and appreciating and looking. And you know what's kind of funny is, first off, everybody, please subscribe to the THWIP Media channel. He's got plenty of content on there and covering all kinds of stuff, mainly Marvel. Well, you cover both. You do cover both.
It's like a 70-30 kind of thing. It's primarily Marvel just because that's, I guess, what I've mostly been surrounded by throughout my whole life, but I also love DC. So there's some DC stuff, but it's for the majority, it's Marvel.
I saw like you have you posted a video probably a few months ago about Dr. Doom. Did you? Yeah. You saw an influx after last weekend, didn't you, on that video?
I honestly haven't really seen how much it's jumped since last weekend, but I know it got like, I want to say maybe to 10,000 views within the first couple weeks I had it.
Good.
I think the last time I checked, it was at what, 12,000?
I think I saw it was at 13. So
okay, yeah, so it's probably gone up in the last week then.
Yeah.
I
saw that video. I watched it too. And I was just kind of going, man, it is kind of cool when you post something like that, and then all of a sudden some big news happens, and then people start searching for stuff, and then all of a sudden they find old videos. I mean, that's happened to me too, where a video where like maybe I've talked about something, and then all of a sudden it's just like, everybody started, there's news about that certain subject or something like that, and then people just start typing it in and searching for it. It's pretty crazy.
I had I make movie trailers too, so that's how I kind of started the whole video editing thing, was making movie trailers, because that's always been something that fascinated me, the whole process behind making a movie trailer, and then me as a fan of movies, what I kind of expect to get from a trailer. That's kind of what I want to add into my trailers, that kind of level of generating hype throughout the trailer, kind of this whole suspenseful kind of vibes throughout. And I made one for Avengers Endgame, and I want to say within the first week it like exploded. It's like at 37,000 views right now. But yeah, it was one that I made 2 years ago, because I'd been making videos. I just uploaded them to my channel because I thought, why not? Like, some people might find them interesting, and some of them caught on, and that one especially, that's probably the one that has the most views on my channel. Just, I guess the algorithm thinks a lot of people are into the Avengers, and then it just pops up, or people think it's the actual trailer too, and maybe they just watch it that way.
Yeah, I mean, there is that too. I mean, that's the thing, is like, if you make a fake trailer, or like if you make a trailer like an homage or whatever the hell, and you do it just right, sometimes it's like, hey, sometimes people will just be searching for, and we have to realize It's so funny too, because one of the tools I use a lot now is Google Trends, because I want to see like what are people searching for a certain subject. And when you type it in and you see what the top search results are, it is crazy what people are actually searching for. You go, wait, then I go, wait a minute. I have to think like a normal person who's just going, well, wait a minute, blah, blah, blah. And I have to say this right here. Go Giants. Blake Snell just pitched a no-hitter. It's official. All right. Just have to say that right now. Good on him. Wow. You don't see that often nowadays. But anyway, just had to point that out. Sorry to take a little brief break right here. And
no worries. Yeah.
But I was like, oh, shit. He did it. He did it. Awesome. So cheers to the Giants and Blake Snell. No-hitter. Woo. What are you drinking? Water?
Just water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Staying off the booze tonight. I got to be up tomorrow to pick up my parents from the airport. So.
Oh, yeah? They're visiting?
No, they went on a trip to Europe. So
okay.
They've been gone for the past 2 weeks. I'm just going to pick them up tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I can't go too hard tonight because I have to get up and drive out to LA and watch 6.5 hours of Rebel Moon. But
that's exciting, though.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting for sure. I mean, I wish I was a little bit more excited, I guess. I don't know. It's like, it's one of those things where I remember when we went to the first premiere back in December, the hype level was like through the roof for everything. But it's just now that we're here with the director's cuts, as much as I'm like, yes, I can't wait, and I know they're going to be better. It's just, it sucks that it just feels like the hype level is not where, and I was worried about this, and I was always thinking, I'm like, come on, guys, let's just be patient. Let's do this. I see what they're doing when it comes to what they're wanting to do, at least when it comes to Rebel Moon and everything, and what the whole idea of the director's cuts. But now I kind of just started going, geez, I don't know if this experiment is actually working to the favor of what they were trying to accomplish now, because it just seems like there's not a lot of hype out there. I mean, I've seen obviously the people that I follow and they're giving the good reviews, and people are giving good reviews, but it's just, I just wish there was more hype. That's all. I just wish it felt like there was way more hype when it came to how it was in December. Just that there was more hype and everything. And I totally understand why they did it that way, and why, and the fact that it's like, Zach would not have gotten his R-rated cuts if he didn't provide the PG-13 cuts, and it makes sense. And then I'm just kind of wondering, but then of course I look at it, well, there could be a long game here as well, where people might maybe just people, maybe they didn't like the PG-13 cuts, but then all of a sudden they go and look at the R-rated cuts, and then they go, oh my God, this is what it was originally supposed to be. And then they look at the PG-13 cuts and appreciate the fact that, oh, okay, so they were really trying to make something that everybody could watch. And now that I've seen this adds to that as well. I'm hoping that it adds to the PG-13 cuts as well.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is like, okay, so there could be more of a long game that's happening here. But sadly, in the age of social media and everything, where everything's instant gratification, I mean, sadly, everybody just wants now. No, I want this now. I want that now. Sure. I want this now. Nobody could be patient. I mean, that's the thing. It's like everybody is just wanting this now, that now, that now. And that does get kind of annoying, but at the same time, you got to see where the market's going. I mean, sadly. And so I'm just kind of wondering if this experiment's going to work out, but hopefully it will still warrant a Rebel Moon sequel and more things from Zack Snyder when it comes to at least Netflix.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. I've only seen the first one, the PG-13. I wanted to see the second one, but then I thought, if I saw a lot of reviews and they were very mixed, I was like, maybe I should just hold out for the director's cut, even though I'd be interested to see the difference between the two. I haven't got around to seeing it yet, but I definitely plan on it. I might watch the first one tomorrow if I've got time. But yeah, I haven't seen the second one yet. So even if you did talk spoilers or no spoilers, it doesn't matter to me because I haven't seen the second one.
Nah, we'll wait. We'll wait till next week for all that. But so when it comes to how long have you had your channel, your YouTube channel?
So I think I've had it for at least a year and a half, but
Okay.
actually doing consistent content, it's been about a year. Because I just had it as like a, portfolio thing for some of the videos I was making. And I thought, I've got the skills. I have the knowledge of what I want to talk about. Why not just, make content for it? So that's what I did. And I just keep going, and it kind of exploded at first. I'm just above 3,000 subscribers now. So yeah, I'm happy about that. Still trying to climb and still trying to experiment with different things, and see where that goes, and collaborate with other channels and go on shows like yours. It's great having that audience and community of different people that share the same kind of interests that I have. And yeah, so that's kind of where it began.
Okay, so you've had it for about a year and a
Yeah.
half. And I know you're fairly young. How old are you?
20.
20. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good thing you're not drinking then.
Well, I am of the legal age here.
Because you're in Canada.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I know. I was like, wait a minute, you are in Canada, because I heard you say a boat, and I'm like, wait, he is Canadian, duh. And you did tell me that. So
I didn't know you could pick up on that. I don't notice it.
Dude, that's the thing. It's like anytime when it comes to a boat or whatever, it's just like, yeah, when you said that, I was like, oh, there it is. Yeah, that's right. He is Canadian, duh. But that's right. It's so weird how like everywhere else is 18. It's 18 up there, right?
In where I am, it's 19. 18.
Oh, it's 19.
Yeah, that's the confusing part. So it's 18 to serve alcohol,
Okay,
but it's 19 to drink.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Yeah, it's very weird that way.
Yeah, that is pretty strange. But yeah, then of course over here it's like, oh, we gotta wait 3 more years after. It does seem like it should just be 18, because 18 is always like considered adulthood. It's considered everything else, and it's a milestone. But it's just kind of funny. You have to still wait 3 years. You still have to wait 3 years to, go to a bar, buy alcohol. It's very interesting. But yeah, I don't know why they chose that, and why they didn't just go like, nah, let's just go 18. I don't know. Pretty crazy, because, a lot of people are just, I mean, I was drinking well before 18, but anyways. But okay, so you start the channel, start doing the trailer stuff. And yeah, I've done that myself too, where I think it was probably about 3 or 4 years ago. I remember I edited a fake Christopher Nolan trailer.
Oh, wow. For which one?
It was, it was before Tenet came out.
Okay.
And it was when they announced that, and anytime they announced that Christopher Nolan's going to have a new movie, he's so popular that it doesn't matter what it is. It could it was like untitled. Nobody knew the details. They just went, new Christopher Nolan movie is coming out this date. They released the date, and everybody's freaking out about it. And then I went, you know what? I'm going to make just like a fake trailer about it. And I did like the movie voice, had, got some of the just footage of stuff, and did it. And it was a lot of fun, and people, got a kick out of that. But it took like about a week or so like that. And it's fun to do that, because like you said, to like when you see trailers, there's an artistry to making a good trailer. And then it's kind of funny too, because when you see like these trailers, like even with Trap that came out this weekend, one of the things that I mentioned specifically in my first reaction, and I've seen other people talk about it too, is when you watch that trailer, you think, oh, this M. Night Shyamalan and this whole concept. It's just, oh, this is the full-on serious thriller. But when you actually watch the movie, it's pretty funny. Like, it's a funny movie. Like, there's comedy, but you wouldn't get that from the trailer, because they sold it as, hey, this is full-on thriller. And I'm not saying that it's like misleading or anything like that. It's actually more of a pleasant surprise of how funny the movie actually can be, and how funnier it. I knew there was going to be humor. What I didn't think it was going to be, because M. Night Shyamalan's had comedy in his movies before, but it's just, it went, I think this was like his funniest movie, in my opinion, maybe. But it's just kind of, they knew what they had to sell, which was like, the concept is this, it's M. Night Shyamalan, so we have to sell it as this. We can't just show the goofy parts or the weird parts, but there's really a science to a movie trailer.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the whole process for me is I try to find, like a music track. I think the music is the most important part
100%.
of the trailer, because that's what, the whole vibe of the trailer is going to be like. So I always try to find that. And then I think, what movie kind of relates to this kind of vibe I'm getting from it? And once I get that, then I kind of start to piece out where certain clips are. Like, if it's a movie I haven't seen for a while, I'm going to rewatch and kind of take note of certain, scenes that I want to have in the trailer, some kind of, timestamps that can, go in certain places with the music.
Mm-hmm.
But the hook is the hardest part for me to nail. Yep. The first, 20 seconds of the trailer is the hardest part, because, you already think, okay, when the music gets to this height of, it's building to that rise and it's going to slam at the end. That's where you kind of, at least for me, start to piece together the clips first, to build the hype towards the end. And then you kind of go, okay, I have gaps here, I have gaps here, I have gaps here. And you try to fill all those in. And when you're done that, I'm like, okay, now I need to do the start of the trailer. And by the time I do that, I'm kind of like, okay, this is the tough part. It might take, a day or two to kind of figure all this out, because you can't reveal too much at the start, because the whole trailer is going to reveal more as you watch it. But it also needs to give a sense of what the movie's going to be about and hook you into that start. So I made a Batman v Superman one, which I don't know if you've seen.
I don't think I've seen one yet. No.
I'm really proud of it. Okay. But the hook, I think, is the weakest part of that trailer, because it's just, I can't reveal too much. And it's just, after doing the rest of it, it's kind of hard to figure out what to do at the start that kind of kickstarts what you think the story might be. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's the process that I have when I make them.
Yeah, it's a good process. I mean, essentially, obviously, when we have these YouTube channels, you can go down a rabbit hole, and I'm sure you've done it. Everybody's done it. If you have a YouTube channel, it's like, okay, so what? And there's, so many videos out there that go like, hey, this is how, and of course, there's a lot of clickbaity stuff out there, and a lot of scams out there where like, this is how you can boost your views in 2 minutes, or something like that. And I hate when I'll click on those, and I'm like, all right, you're just saying the same things, and then you're trying to sell me like a $50 fucking course that I can easily find online. That stuff frustrates me so much, because you'll see channels out there. There's specifically one, and I won't say who it is, but when I see the guy's face, I'm like, you're a scam artist. You're a complete scam artist. Because I've seen him on even my Twitter feed, where it's like, hey, join my course and blah, 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 and I'll show you how to do this. And I remember it was a little bit ago, I even responded. I'm like, well, can't I just watch your 2 videos that you already have for free on your channel about this? And I responded and put like 2 screenshots, and I was hoping somebody, like, people would see, and some people saw, and it was just kind of like one of those things where it's like, yeah, you still have to run a YouTube channel, but then you also want to have people buy your course on how to boost your YouTube. And I'm like, what are we doing here? And then I've watched people what's great about YouTube is like, they'll have channels, people that have actually, for their content, they've bought the course to critique it. And then they tell you like, yeah, it's all the same kind of stuff. They try to get you in this like multi layer media, whatever, the MLM or whatever the hell they call it, where they try to they want you to sell things to other people, and then you get a commission. It's all just like the same shit. But it's just kind of funny, because like I said, even recently I had a video just blow up that I didn't think it was going to blow up. I was like, oh, it'll get probably good, decent views, but it blew up. And it's just, me doing commentary about Wesley Snipes talking about coming back to Deadpool and Wolverine and his quote unquote beef with Ryan Reynolds. And I think it was just a hot topic. And not a lot of people were talking about that interview, and I just happened to find it as I was scrolling through Twitter on like the For You page, and I was like, all right, I'll talk, that'll be one of the things I talk about tonight. And then when I clipped it out, I went, yeah, this will be a good one. But I did not think it was going to blow up like it did. And that's one of the things about YouTube is like, you just never know. And that's why most of your stuff probably is not going to blow up like it is. I mean, you can have a consistency and you have an audience and they're going to watch the stuff, but you just never know what might just freaking take off. And I always try to tell people, like whoever asks, I'm like, hey, don't get frustrated. You just never know what's going to pop off and what's not. But when you're building an audience, it's a slow process, and you just gotta just hope for people to return and build up that audience and just stay consistent. And people are, and I was talking about this with somebody earlier this week too, is like a lot of the things, especially when it came to the Snyder Cut community. I mean, there's a lot of people that had podcasts, had streams and everything, and they kind of died off. And it was like an era died off because it just, when these podcasts and streams were coming about, there was a lot of things that were happening in 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
And then now things have changed. So a lot of those people are like, well, I don't like what's happening, or I don't like this, or I'm, this, that, and this. So they kind of just fell off and they're not as consistent, or they just completely fell off. And I'm just like, yeah, I just wasn't one of those people. I went like, you know what? I just like doing this. So I'm going to keep talking and talking and talking. And yeah. So,
yeah, the whole thing is if you enjoy it, then keep doing it. And like you said, not everything is going to catch on. And obviously the algorithm is always changing. So yeah, that's another issue, is that you can never predict what's going to work and what won't. You just kind of have to keep going and get a different variety of different kinds of videos you have. And then you kind of start to see, okay, this one clicks, this one doesn't. And then you start to lean more into the one that clicks. That's definitely what I've learned. There's a lot of I did I think it was a year ago, I did like a mini podcast thing. I called it the THWIP cast. I did that for I don't know, 3 or 4 months, just to kind of see, and there wasn't a lot of traction on it. And then I started actually doing videos, and that's what clicked. Yeah. Like the whole video essay type thing.
It's one of those, I mean, because I do DC Fanimated every week. That when it comes to that stream, the views on that that's the least amount I get. But it's one of those things where it's not a current thing. It's something where two friends are talking about DC animated cartoons that we loved as kids, and now we're watching it as 40-year-old men. And I just like that concept. And I'm like, yeah, has it popped off? No. But at the same time, it's just one of those things. And I think I remember, I think it was Saggy who talked about it on one of her streams, where she was defending me on something. This was a while ago. And she brought that up. And it made me go, yeah, it made me appreciate the fact that it's like, yeah, it's not something that is going to have a ton of views and a lot of plays when it comes to it, but it's just something where it's like, I love the fact that it's there, because people can just, if they're visiting the DCAU, when it comes to the animated stuff, it's like, oh yeah, is there any podcasts or streams that talk about it? And then they could find Scott and I talking about it. They could find it on, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, they have the audio up on there. And then of course they could find it on here. I have a specific playlist. It's just one of those things where I really enjoy doing it. But I know it's not the thing that's going to get a ton of views. Say if I post a clip about Robert Downey Jr. back as Dr. Doom, my reaction to it last week, I knew, I was like, you know what, that everybody's talking about that. I better cut that out and put it out there. And I did that night. And sure enough, it popped off and it went, now it's at 30 or 40,000 views because everybody was looking for it. And you have to do that stuff. You definitely have to do that stuff, but don't be afraid to do the things that you enjoy, like me, when it comes to just shooting the shit with a friend talking about cartoons. It's just, but there's something nice about it, and there's a small audience that loves that. So
yeah, you never know when that might click with someone. Like someone might stumble across one of them and they'll be like, "Oh, you've got a whole series? I'm gonna go check out the whole thing." And you never know when that will happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's that's what's fun about the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying though. When you try things, I've tried things, and I'm like, I don't know if that works or that's my speed right there. I mean, it's always trial and error kind of thing. I guess you could say.
Sure.
And like I said, you could watch every YouTube video that'll give you pointers. It does not matter. You can have, you could have TubeBuddy that could tell you, oh, you have 100% SEO capabilities or whatever, and it won't mean a goddamn thing. And like, it's good to have the SEO stuff locked in. 100%, but sometimes you just never know. I mean, there are people that have a ton of production into their videos that don't get views, and then there are people that just have a webcam and they're using their computer's microphone that have millions and millions of views. I mean, there's pointers, but there's never going to be an exact science. So yeah,
it's all random, and especially because with the algorithm changing, they're trying to get people's feeds to get more smaller channels into it. I don't know if you noticed that when you're going through your feed, you'll have a random channel pop up that has maybe like 20 subscribers and barely any views on that video, but it's always trying to push the smaller creators into everyone else's feeds, and that kind of helps out, but it doesn't always guarantee it's gonna pop off. It's just more of like, hey, this thing exists, go check it out if you want to.
But I mean, I'm so glad that they do that, because I'll see like a random video, I'm like, well, and I'll laugh at something or whatever, and I'm going, well, who the hell? And I look and I'm looking at the video, and I'm like, but sometimes I'll be like, why the hell is this on my feed? And then I'll look and I'll see like there's barely anything on it. I'm like, well, that's random. But at the same time, I appreciate that. I mean, I know YouTube is very much, when it comes to shorts, trying to be like almost like a TikTok thing. TikTok is a weird beast. Are you on TikTok?
I do have a profile. I haven't put anything on it just because, like the very specific like specs you need on your video, it doesn't always it's not always compatible with it. So I'm just like, it's not a huge priority for me. I'm fine with YouTube right now.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I have like a love-hate relationship with TikTok because when I first joined, I mean, first I was against it at first. I was like, nah, don't need that, whatever. But then I was like, all right, maybe I should. And then of course I've gone down rabbit holes on TikTok, but and I remember I was posting things on there, and then I went, I'm gonna stop, and I stopped for like a year or so. And then I went, all right, maybe I should start and just kind of contextualizing some of these clips and videos for, it's not even so much that I'm tweaking anything, but I don't know. It's an interesting beast, because when you post like a clip on there, it'll push out your stuff for like, and you'll see within like an hour or two, you'll be like, oh, I got over 200 views on this, because they initially push it out, but then they stop after that, and then it's up to whether people are engaging with it, whether it keeps on getting more and more. Because I don't know how many times I'll be scrolling through TikTok and I'll get an ad that go, are you stuck between 200 and 300 views? I'm like, oh, okay. So that's actually a thing when it comes to TikTok. And then of course these people have the solution to do it. And it's like, when it comes down to it, it's like the solution is make better content. Okay. But you just never know. Yeah. It's always like
so all over the place.
Yeah, it's so all over the place. But I mean, but again, you could have some tips and tricks, to help it out. But for the most part, and when I was like going through your videos, I mean, the thing about you have a good voice. You have a good like voiceover voice.
I appreciate that.
That's what you have. You have like a good, deep, well-spoken, even with the Canadian about. No, just kidding. No, but you have like a good speaking voice and a good deep voiceover voice, so that that's one of your strong attributes, I guess you could say, is like you have a strong voice when it comes to your videos.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think it
Yeah.
was on the Doctor Doom one that
Yeah.
you talked about before. One of the first comments I got on that was, "You're doing kind of a reading voice thing," and watching back on it, I kind of hear it.
Yeah.
Which when I'm doing it, I'm not like meaning to do it. I'm
Of course
obviously
not.
trying to,
Totally
yeah.
get that.
But yeah, I looked back on it and I was like, yeah, I kind of see that now. So I took that advice and I just applied it to the other ones, and I think it's definitely improved since that one video. But yeah, just you never know when you'll get a comment like that that kind of guides you, and it's nothing like, it's not like a huge criticism. It's more just they're trying to help you in that way for your future content.
No, I'll tell you, I gave some advice to someone pretty recently who posted a video, and they wanted me to, hey, watch this video and give me some pointers. And it can be one of those things where you go, man, you don't want to be an asshole or anything like that.
Yeah.
You want to have constructive criticism.
Yeah, for sure.
And when I watched it, I went, okay, it's a good video, but it felt like when they were reading, when the camera was on them and they were reading, I felt it was you're reading off of your script. I could tell.
Yeah.
Maybe be a little bit, and I was like going, how, okay, I don't want to just say, no, it's great, full on, but I've literally went, hey, sometimes when it's on you, it feels a little too like you're not looking into the camera, you're reading off your script. It's a little too teleprompty.
Yeah.
And I just wanted, and that's how I expressed it. It was like a little too teleprompty. Other than that, no, like the editing and everything and the flow of the video is good. It's just, I felt like this part right here felt like a little too like newscastery, and just try to act a little bit, basically what I was trying to express was like, be a little bit more organic where you're not reading off your script. And I mean, I've done that too, where you have a script. I mean, obviously I'm the live stream guy. I just fucking go and I just talk out of my ass most of the time. But anytime that I've sat there and had a script, yeah, there's times where, and I think even with my last like facts video with Batman 89, I realized, because I shot that video twice, the first time I was really trying to remember all the stuff that I put in my script.
Yeah.
But I realized that was a lot more difficult. So then I went, okay, this time, don't even care about that. When you're reading off facts, I'm just going to show visuals. So then I'm not sitting there struggling to try to remember my script. So when it comes to me on the camera, it's me saying the fact and saying my little snarky whatever. And then, of course, at the end of that fact, I'll have a snarky little thing too. I'm like, I think that's where I should fit with this. But other than that, in between, when I'm talking about the information, I should have visuals and then just read it off, because I think that's going to be a little bit of a better flow. And that's something I learned from my first facts video, and just recording that video at first too, because I recorded the first time I tried to record that, it was like back in like January, and I was like, oh, this is going to be the next facts video. But then I didn't like how it turned out. And plus, the beginning of the year was like, I wasn't in a good headspace, and I just kind of put it aside. But then when I revisited it, I went, okay, do read off the fact and do your snarky, try to do funny thing right here. And then at the end, maybe, but in the middle, when you're reading off the whole thing, just total voiceover, because you need to be sharp on that and make sure that all sounds good, where you're not trying to remember something. And that was very difficult the first time around, because I'm sitting there reading it and then trying to relay it. And it was very, very difficult. And that's why I think, like, when it comes to my Batman 89 facts video, I'm like, oh yeah, that flowed a lot better than the first one I did, for sure.
Yeah, the whole thing with, scripted versus, like authentic, speaking is, there's a lot where you can easily tell it's scripted, and it's not like it's bad or anything. It's just a totally different vibe. And with my job right now, I'm working with my my town, and making videos for different businesses to kind of promote themselves and kind of like a business profile. So when I create these questions when we're doing these interviews and I'm filming it, they ask me, do you want us to like, read the questions and then answer them like on camera?
Yeah.
And I say, no, I'm going to give you them to kind of, get that in your head. So kind of what you want to talk about. And then when I hit record, I'm going to take those questions and ask them off camera. So it's not like they're reading a whole script of what exactly they're supposed to say. That makes it feel like more, like a conversation, which feels more natural. And that's what I try to do in my videos too. Like I do live streams with another channel, Marvel Mad, on a show that we do called Project Assemble. And there was a series we did where we created our own Marvel movie franchises. So we did all that, but then I thought I really want to dive like more into each project that I did. So I created a series called Forging the New MCU. And each video I'm breaking down one project in, that franchise I made. And most of that is me just looking at the title, the villain, the synopsis I have, and then I'm just bullshitting the rest and trying to, tie it all together with no help at all. Like I obviously know like in my head what would be happening. I'm not like just completely pulling it out of thin air, but I don't have a script with me at all. So that kind of makes it guide it in a more, conversational way instead of, it's very staged.
No, that's good. That's good. I mean, that's the thing. It's all about that flow and trying to create that little flow right there and everything. So, but we got some other we got some good voices coming in that are going to join us right now that we all know. Speaking of like voices and podcasts and stuff. First off, Scott. Oh, sipping that. Look at that shirt you got.
Yeah,
on.
I was just about to say the shirt, the mug. That's awesome.
I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman.
There it is. What's in that mug, Scott?
This would be simply spiked watermelon lemonade.
There it is. It's a good summer drink right there.
It's a very good summer drink. A little more sugary than I want, but it's all my wife had in the fridge. I already had coffee to keep me up through the night because I just finished binging all 10 episodes of Batman Cape Crusader.
Oh, you're all in it. You're all in it.
Oh, and not only that, while y'all were talking, recorded my YouTube review and just posted it over at Squawcast Media. So go check out our YouTube channel or my Twitter or my Instagram where you can find links to the video and enjoy my spoiler-free thoughts on the first season.
Well, cheers, sir.
Let's say I want all kinds of drinks. Like you just need to be taking a shot. There were so many shameless plugs in that
whole thing.
Just drink the bottle.
I wish I could be there with you, but I'm only sadly 2 episodes in. I'm like, God damn it.
Nice to meet you, Scott.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, meet Nate. Nate, Scott, Nate.
Hi, THWIP. I recognize you from the chat. That's what I could say.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
And then of course we got Mr. Chris Balga showing up right now too.
Howdy,
See,
everyone.
he's Superman. I'm Batman. I think this accurately represents our personalities. Not gonna lie.
Oh, okay.
It works.
We'll take that. That. Nice to put a name with a face, Nate.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Chris.
You guys have talked before, right?
Yeah, I was in a chat. Yeah,
he's been in the chat. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's what's cool about that. We're all coming together, and again, I mean, my voice doesn't compare to your guys. You guys have let's just say I have the face. You guys have the voice. Sorry,
not gonna lie. That's accurate. Not.
Okay,
I mean,
okay. I'm just kidding. But no, I'm just saying, like, your guys' voices. Yeah, my voice. I mean, maybe because I listen to it every fucking day when I'm editing stuff. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Of course,
hello, lady.
Yeah, I'm like, God, did I really just say it like that? Ugh.
Yeah,
I can understand that.
Yeah,
yes,
stuff like that.
Did.
I know we all do that. We all have critiques, but you just
trust me. Edit your own audio, and you
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Dude.
Absolutely despise it.
I have never been. You find all your ticks, and you're like,
yeah,
damn it,
dude. You guys, you don't even know when I'm editing a clip, there are times where I've literally, I don't know how many times I do it. I go, stop talking, stop talking, stop talking. I'm like right here. I need to cut it off right here. I need to cut it. I'm like, when I'm trying to do a clip, I'm like, okay, this would be perfect right here. But then all of a sudden I'm like, I don't give a little break and I just continue on. I'm like, stop talking. Stop talking. I'm like,
mine is, dear God, stop breathing in every time you're about to start talking, because I see it. I see the waveform. Like, that's me sucking in a breath.
Dude,
you
Scott,
bastard.
Scott, when I showed up on Squadcast that first time, and I remember listening to that episode and going, holy shit. I was like, I realized, I was like, man, you guys really, because I've listened before, listened to it frequently, and I'm like, man, these guys are just. But then I realized, I was like, whoa, you guys edited pretty, like, where you the ums and the any kind of breaks, you were taking them out. I'm like, holy shit. You don't realize until you're actually on where you kind of go, oh yeah. I mean, there's production value in here, and you realize, you kind of go, oh my God, there is a lot of times where I was like, wait, I did this, I did that. Yeah. But you
Tim
guys
and I always like to joke, you would not believe how many, because when we started the show, we used to record on Friday nights.
Yeah.
And so it was always like, we're at the end of our week, we're recording at like 11 or midnight, either one of our times. And trust me, editing made us sound like we had a lot more energy than we actually did. Not gonna lie.
Amazing what editing can do.
I know. There's reasons that people have producers.
Oh yeah. I don't know how many times I'll say, like, God damn, I need a producer. But I mean, speaking of somebody else who's got a great voice in the community,
throw a knife at Steven.
There we go, Mr. Steven.
No,
there he
Steven,
is.
Steven, that's not your voice. You're down here with me. We're all about the bass, about that bass, no treble.
Okay, I gotta go, guys.
Just wanted to say hi. That's all.
Oh, what's up?
What's going on, man? Good to see you.
Yeah.
And your mic
Nice to
volume
meet
is
you.
good for
I was,
try,
I was about
Steven.
to say, yeah.
No way.
Yes.
It's because
Yes,
no adjusting. No adjusting.
Yeah, you're coming in. You're coming in
check it
really
ahead of
strong.
time, that's why. If I'd gotten it right before I joined, it would have been wrong when I joined. So
Yeah.
Exactly. Just let it be. But no, thank you guys for of course joining. Yeah, no, just talking to Nate right here, and yeah, I mean, we're just kind of just going through and just our different ways of how we approach things, I guess you could say, and approaching videos and content and everything. And he's got a good speaking voice, and you guys all have great speaking voices. And like I said, I hate my voice because I hear it all the time. But I get used to it. So it's just like. But
You've
yeah,
done
there's
some
just
good voiceover stuff, though, haven't you?
I have. I could do some
You
things.
like you've got like a good like movie guy voice in person.
I could.
I mean, for you, it's
you're
more
doing
of like,
good.
it's like a character
You're doing
voice,
fine.
Hey, it got
How's
you
that novel starting?
Oh, thanks.
You've got. Hey, it got you 40,000 subscribers.
Hey,
Yeah,
the 40 Club
exactly.
guys. Hey, Steven,
Bam.
Scott. Steven and Scott are the original 40 Clubbers.
We're
now.
40 Club. Even before we were 40, we were the 40 Club.
Exactly. Before we were 40. So, and some of the other guys, they'll show up maybe maybe next week or something like that. But yeah, it is kind of crazy that we got to that 40. I remember I actually sent it to Steven, and he goes, yeah, and we were like, oh yeah, that number. I was like, I didn't even think about it. I was like, oh yeah, 40,000, like 40. Yeah, 40 Club. I was like, because I showed him, I was like, dude, this video just blew up. And I was just talking to Nate about it. You just never know when something like that's gonna happen. And I just
Well, I was with you guys because I remember that time that what I love is when you do a video, you just throw it out there. And because I don't do YouTube enough, I don't really care to like go back. And I remember I went to that early screening of Dune Part 2. And I kind of followed.
That's right. Yeah.
I did it in the car first reaction. I went back like 2 months later and went, damn.
Yeah.
Where do the numbers come on that one?
Yeah. See, I'm a psycho. I always have my real time fucking ticker like going on like on a screen. I'll have a tab open where I'm looking at it. I'm like, let's see what happens. But it's just one of those things. Yeah. But well, it's just because I'm just always looking at that and seeing what's happening. But I remember I posted that when it came to the Blade video that I posted, which was just a clip out from the stream, and I was like, oh yeah, that'd be a good one because I don't think anybody's talking about this interview with Wesley Snipes.
Mhm.
So, and then at first I was like, oh, I'll just make it a short, but I was like, nah, it's longer, and I don't think I don't want to condense it down. Fuck it, I'll just make it a normal video, and it was like less than 2 minutes, 2-minute video. Posted it, I'm like, we'll see what happens. I woke up the next day, I went, huh? What? Did the YouTube algorithm finally find me? What's going on here? And I'm just like, cool. And I'm like, hey, whatever, works. But because usually the shorts, like, they'll get on the short feed and they'll blow up a little bit. But if you post like the regular video, that takes a little time. But for some reason, it just, and then it had a second wave like the next night. I'm like, what the fuck? Is there like people in India or something like that are loving this shit? What are you doing here?
Hey,
like,
where is we need Casey. Tell us what's going on.
I know, right?
Exactly.
No, but again, you just never know what's going to happen, and that's what Nate and I were talking about. Is like, you post something, you never know what's going to happen. That's why I just like just keep posting. You never, most of your stuff might not, it's just going to follow your, if you have an audience, it's just going to hit their ears. But then sometimes something might pop off, and then all of a sudden a whole nother audience. Like,
Oh,
Like anything on the internet it's an eternal struggle to like find the magic sauce that works, and then the second you figure it out, the sauce changes.
Yeah.
So it's a constant quest to find the sauce never changes the same. So it's just like,
well, that's what I was just saying earlier too. Is like you can watch numerous YouTube videos, and there's many out there that are clickbaity that say, you could boost your fucking views in 2 minutes or boost, and they rehash pretty much like the same 6 concepts over and over and over again.
Mhm.
But then, of course, they could be informative of like, all right, well, this is what the algorithm's doing now. But at the same time, it's like most of it's just the same shit rehashed.
You mean the internet is not original, Dave?
What? Yeah. But see, at the same time, you got a girl that just went hot tua, and then all of a sudden she's like, just fucking all over the place.
making a bunch of money.
All of a sudden she's on Bill Maher's podcast last week. I'm like, what? Okay. I will say though, the Haktua girl, she's adorable. She's absolutely adorable. I've seen clips on her on podcasts and other things. I know sometimes when it comes to internet fame, you go, oh, that's not going to last. But she has a personality, and she's very adorable, and she's not afraid to just say some shit that's funny. So she actually might have some longevity. What did you say, Steven?
I said, you're not over it yet?
I'm not quite actually, because I've seen
It's only been a little over a month.
Yeah, but I've seen her on a recent podcast talking to Bill Maher, first off, and like she just kind of just like, this is me, it's whatever, and she has like an I don't give a fuck attitude.
And she definitely has the Tennessee. The Tennessee is there. Yes.
I think that's part of her lure, is the fact that she has the twang, and the fact that it's like when she goes on Bill Maher, and I think she was on Whitney Cummings' podcast.
Yeah, that was kind of funny, that one.
Yeah, and she just kind of speaks her mind, and she's just naturally just kind of just goofy and whatever. And I think people are just kind of going, yeah. So I think she has some longevity. We'll see what happens. But I'm actually kind of going, I think there's more than just the Hawk Tua stuff, but capitalizing on as much as possible, I guess.
But it's like what you said. It's that moment that means absolutely kind of nothing.
Yeah.
And you don't even think about it at that point. Like when we started Geek Ultimate Alliance, we started right in the pandemic. So great job starting a whole network under an auspices of no content out there. But
that's where I started Film Chunky Live during the pandemic.
Yeah. So in with Marvel Alliance, like we didn't really hit it. I mean, our moment was No Way Home. Like the numbers we had, we weren't even expecting at that point. Since then, we haven't looked back. But it's like you can't predict, exactly what's going to finally strike a chord. And do we do anything special? I don't know. Maybe our opinions are interesting or our takes are that. I mean, Nate might could be, as a listener at that point, but you just don't know what it is. And what I kind of found, even with some other YouTubers that I'm friends with, it's almost like you got to stick with your guns. You got to stick with what you do and don't chase the thing of the moment. You keep doing it. And more people will be believing in what you do. If you start chasing whatever the new hot thing is, you're not going to keep your audience.
No, you're definitely not. And we got another good voice right here. Phil, also
That's me.
voice.
He's
Phil.
alive. He
Phil,
survived.
Phil,
I did.
Phil,
I
I'm
did.
glad you're here. Phil, I'm glad you're here. Props.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
props.
He's got
Oh,
props.
he did get them. Perfect. Yeah. That's good. I'm happy.
Oh, they came today.
Came
Oh.
And
today.
he packed them so well that a severe thunderstorm hit, and the box was sitting outside, and they were protected, man. The box was drenched, but these babies were just fine.
I'm glad. What about the bag? Was the bag drenched?
Nope, bag is good. Bag
Good.
is good.
Cool. I didn't want it, so I figured I'd give it to you.
Well,
Look,
when you
a
told
fun
me
freebie.
it came in a bag, I was like, I want the bag.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, man. No problem. My Bruce Wayne's right up there.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me find which ones. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Well,
Oh, we're gonna do a live unboxing.
we're gonna do a live. Well, or
Why not? Why not?
Bagging.
unwrapping, because Phil respect to Phil. He was like, dude, do you want them in one box, separate boxes? I just said, I just want them protected as hell. He said, I will buy bubble wrap for days. So
True story. True story.
true story. Yes.
I did.
Let's see. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Oh, man, Phil. Respect. This guy knows how to wrap something. I'm not lying.
Got to make it bulletproof and bomb-proof. Come on.
Absolutely.
yeah. Here we go.
There we go.
Old man Bruce and A's.
I like how they have
Good
all the
bat dog.
hands,
Good.
and Ace is right there.
Oh, you know what? I got something cool too.
Oh, good.
Of course he's
Say
right.
what you want,
Oh,
the
if we're all
different
getting stuff, maybe I should go get something.
I love how they're all like good old man hands.
Yeah.
Oh, this is awesome.
Okay.
You even said the box was the box looks fine, Phil. You're being a little tough on yourself. This looks great.
Well, okay, so here's what happened. On Sunday, I was my flight was supposed to leave, at least I thought I was supposed to leave at like 8:00 at night. They changed my flight to 8:00 that morning.
Oh,
Monday
wow.
morning. Yeah, I was not happy. So I had to, after the last day of Sunday of San Diego, I had to pack everything I had, not only for myself, but for everyone else I got stuff for, into 2 bags, like my carry-on and my backpack. It was hell, but I managed to do it without making everything all cramped or look damaged or anything like that. So I really did luck out. It was quite the experience, what I'll definitely never forget. Like being able to go to San Diego Comic-Con and then also being able to go into Hall H. I don't think too many people have the luxury of being able to say that for their first trip, but I don't know. It was a fun time nonetheless. I walked by so many people. Matter of fact, my first Thursday morning, I was sitting there chit-chatting with a guy wearing this shirt. I shit you not, like we're chatting. Jim Lee comes walking up and he's like trying to get through because he's like going to, his booth or a panel or something. It was like 9:30 in the morning. So he was probably prepping for something at the con. And the guy just kept talking. I was like, hey man, Jim Lee's behind you trying to get through. And the guy turns around and goes, oh shit, sorry, Jim. And I was like, have a good one, Mr. Jim Lee. Your art's amazing. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's just the tip of the iceberg, man.
See,
Like,
that's
I saw
that. Yeah,
so many people.
things like that probably gonna. Yeah. Definitely want to get some more Comic-Con stories. We'll get some more people who are there too that'll be joining shortly. But no, that's just awesome. I mean, you just never know what's gonna be happening. Like when it comes to that kind of stuff. Did you get something, Chris? I thought you were like,
I did.
yeah. Go ahead.
Got
Oh, what do you got?
There we go. It actually happened. Hitman,
Oh boy.
Garth Ennis, DC actually put it out.
Nice.
Very cool.
Yeah. I'll pick that thing. Jeez Christ.
size of that thing.
Yeah,
That's what you said. Okay.
Good one.
That's a door stopper right there.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
You got to enjoy some good Garth Ennis.
this is a gorgeous film.
By the way, Steven, I love how you have a slight Dutch tilt going on with your camera.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the beard. The
No,
beard
it looks
helps too.
cool. It looks really cool. Like I like it.
the tripod that I use, the thing is broken, so I've got it wedged against the wall. It's a whole.
Yeah,
You just look very relaxed, leaning back like that. You look quite relaxed.
But it's just kind of cool how it's slightly tilted. It's like almost like a Dutch tilt. You know?
Okay, I
Yeah,
take
Brian
it back.
De Palma
It was
over
on-
here.
Yeah, it was on purpose. I take it back.
Oh, look at that.
What do you got? 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 Ooh.
I need
signature.
guns. Lots of guns.
That Keanu Reeves? Oh,
Yes.
with Berserker.
Oh,
that's
that's sick.
great. Yes.
So when I had went to buy this for Scott, it was like 10 a.m. Thursday morning. They said, we'll give you a wristband. Come back anytime after 3 and pick up your signed copy. I said, oh, okay, no problem. Around 3:30, I walked back to the booth. They were like, do you have your wristband? I pulled it up, and they were like, oh, okay, here you go. And I was like, okay, thanks.
That's
Not for me.
how it should be.
That's really how it should be. Because let me tell you something. The DC booth had stuff selling out every single day, especially for like the Superman shirt. That shit sold out like fast, super fast. But I did get something from the DC booth on the last day.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Got
very
we got
nice.
a Batman.
nice.
Batman.
89.
89.
Oh,
Nice.
Very nice.
very nice.
Gotta love that
I
stuff.
also got this Dan Moore variant of Detective 27.
Nice.
You can't argue with some good Dan Moore.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I love how it covers the whole like title,
Yeah.
like the whole Detective Comics title.
Oh, I couldn't pass this up. I had to get this for myself and another
No.
good friend, Chris Evans.
Yeah.
That is some good
Sure.
stuff,
Well,
especially
Phil,
now.
I'm just so thank you so much. I mean, guys,
Absolutely.
this wasn't just a signed copy. Like this is a con exclusive. Like it's got exclusive artwork on it, and the pages are special. I'm a book nerd, so I have a reading copy that I got from Amazon, and this is my shelf trophy that will join the signed piece of Berserker artwork that I got from the Berserker Kickstarter. Now you gotta wait for those Todd McFarlane toys to come out. Because I think Chris shared it with you. Did you guys see the video of Keanu Reeves playing with his own action figure?
Yeah, it's cute.
I did not see that. I have to look that up. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's going to do. Netflix is doing an anime of Berserker, and that's the one that Matt Tomlinson is show running.
Nice.
God, that guy's like
Very nice.
everywhere.
Like
He's
you
doing
said,
so many things.
you and I have talked about this when it comes to those kind of deals where you got the celebrity and then you got a writer on it like Matt Kent. How much of it is who's doing big legwork? Is it equal? Is it one's the idea man, one of the ones really writing it? It's always interesting to hear that.
Yes. Preview of our discussion for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers: The Return, where I brought up that exact question for World's Finest True Believers.
There you go.
Subscribe now.
There you go. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. But we also got somebody else who was at Comic-Con last
There he
week.
is.
There he is.
Hello.
What's up, Chief?
How are you guys doing?
Good.
A little sunburnt, but I'll live.
Like I said, I'm still going through withdrawals of coming back to this place. And,
Yeah, me too.
really-
Have you all avoided the con crud?
no,
Yes.
I did not.
I did not get sick. I was actually quite surprised.
Well, I already had bad allergies going into that weekend. I took some powerful shit that just wore off because I couldn't take the stuff I needed to. And then, like I said, if I had taken it and I had the Friday night that I had, I would not have had a Saturday afternoon at all. So, so it just kind of got worse after that. And without sleep, that shit doesn't work without sleep. So,
Yeah.
none of that.
Damn. Well, thank you for joining, William. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Nate, William, Nate.
Nice to meet you, William. Nice to meet you, Phil.
No
Yes,
problem, man. Nice to meet you too.
as well too.
Chatted
But
a bit
yeah.
in chat. Yeah.
Yeah. He's been in the chat and Nate boosting up his YouTube channel and Got a good voice, got a good everything, and yeah, it's interesting. Like I actually wanted to ask you, Nate, what was something that stood out for you when it came to Comic-Con this past, or last weekend, I guess you could say.
So the main thing that I was looking forward to is obviously the Marvel Studios panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a predictions video, and obviously a lot of that was not right because they held back on their panel. But yeah, I was really looking forward to seeing what they were doing with Avengers 5 because like we'd all been speculating what's it going to change into, and Doctor Doom's my favorite Marvel character or villain. So I was really hoping, because I knew Secret Wars was the end, you have to do Doom for Secret Wars. So I was like, I hope they do something with Doctor Doom for Avengers 5, and it happened. And I did a stream going through Twitter on that night when they were like live tweeting things, and I was out of my chair. I was freaking out when I saw it was Doomsday. I get back in my chair and I look down on my feed and I see RDJ's playing in, and I'm like, oh. An instant mood shift for me in terms of seeing, oh my god, Doctor Doom's coming, and then I'm like, oh okay, it's Robert Downey Jr. But yeah, I'm on the fence about it, but I'm just glad that Doom's coming. It's just it's going to be very rushed, and I'm because Doom is my favorite villain, I don't think he's going to be done right, especially in the 2 years, I guess, between if he is coming in Fantastic Four and then Avengers 5 and then Secret Wars. It's going to be very rushed.
I got a question.
Okay.
Sure.
Why I've heard that a lot, and personally I would understand if it was like me or some dudes that I met at Comic-Con that were writing the story and they were working for a guy that was selling the hot dogs at Comic-Con. But the individuals that are doing this, I haven't they gotten to a point to where those questions should be kind of like answered ahead of time? I mean,
well, there's no doubt, like the Russos, they said Secret Wars was their favorite comic growing up, so I have complete faith in them adapting Doom because he's the most important character to that. I have faith in them doing it right, and I think Downey could do a good job because he's a great actor. It's just I don't know how it will all work together. Like the how is what's bothering me is how are they going to tie that all together? Are they going to bring in another Doom in addition to Downey's Doom? That's what I'm kind of looking forward to.
Now, Nate, I think this is interesting because I specifically listened to Geek Ultimate Alliance because while I go back, like the most I know about Doom besides the comics is the 1994 animated series from back in the day. I'm old enough that I grew up on all of this stuff, and I thought they did Doom really well on that animated show. And I have always been disappointed in any sort of live action Doom that has been attempted. He wears the mask because he thinks because he's got the one little thing that makes him feel like he's just horribly scarred. I mean, come on. I mean, they even did Doom on the Spider-Man animated series when they did the Secret Wars crossover in the final season.
Yep.
I just think it's interesting for me as someone who is really kind of checked out on the MCU since Endgame. It just kind of pops up every once in a while when you bring in characters that I care about. That hardcore Marvel fanboys are even looking at this news and are being as reticent about it as I am. And I think it's an interesting place to be like, wow, like the ones who are like the MCU can do no wrong, all hail Feige, are even going,
what are we doing here?
Well, one thing you bring up, Nate, and I push back a little bit in the sense of like, do they have enough time? Thanos only had 3 appearances before Infinity War.
Yarp.
That is true,
3.
but the entire story leading up until that was focusing around his presence in the shadows.
He was built
not
up
till 2012. They started the MCU in 2008. He didn't make his first appearance of 2000, 4 years. So it's not like it was. You didn't know. No one knew that it was being built around them until they revealed him at the end of Avengers. Now, when we were when I was in line for J. Scott Campbell's line, who's the same guy who was helping run that panel. They're on month 7 of this. They made this decision. They signed him on for this 7 months ago.
Yeah.
So you figure 7 months ago they put the ink to paper. So you got to figure 4 or 5 months beyond that they were planning this. So I hear a lot of doubt, but I'm like, it's like me getting on an airplane and saying, you know what, fuck this, I can fly this thing. And I can't because I don't have that ability. I'm going to trust the guy who's been flying the plane and has probably got more flights after I get off the plane. We're like I said, I'm hearing the doubt. I mean, what, 30 billion is not enough to figure that out? I mean,
I can understand in the sense of, go ahead.
So no, I was just gonna say, like I know the Russos truly care for the characters, so I have no doubt they're gonna do it in a way that honors the character. It's just, for me personally, Doom's a character that I'd want to see built up over time, like Thanos. Kind of his presence in the shadows the whole time, kind of, manipulating events, that kind of thing. And if, like, obviously they had Kang in the original plan and Secret Wars was their end, they would have had to have Doom at some point in there anyway. But if it was specifically Secret Wars, why not start with Doom from the beginning, or at least have him pop up instead of to introduce him this late, before Avengers 5. Like, if he is in Fantastic Four, that's 1 year between that movie and Avengers 5. So that's like a very short amount of time to kind of develop him and get the audience hooked into him for those 2 Avengers movies.
I would push back on that because Doom's already had a few appearances, and not only in live action, but as Scott mentioned, animated present. And this goes even back to the late 70s and certain other animated instances too. Doom is also well regarded, unlike Kang, as being the most popular Marvel villain ever created. Like when people talk about Doctor Doom, they talk about him being the greatest Marvel villain. And as far as Secret Wars is concerned, he is prevalent in both the first Secret Wars from 1984 and the Hickman run from 2015.
Which stole Beyonder's powers. He literally
right. And and a couple people had to use Molecule Man to like even whittle him down to bring him back down to like even some level worth of fighting. Doctor Doom's presence in the MCU, I don't necessarily think needs to even be fast tracked like the way you're thinking it is, because again, as William pointed out, Thanos had little to no buildup as a character at all. Like the first time you ever saw him in a speaking role was 2014, and he showed up again at the end of Avengers Age of Ultron in 2015, and then he made his full-blown debut in, wait for it, Avengers Infinity War in 2018. Doctor Doom, on the other hand, doesn't necessarily need that same kind of buildup because he is Victor Von Doom. Like, he is the arch nemesis to Reed Richards, and the fact that they have a Fantastic Four film leading into these 2 Avengers films, that's not coincidence, that's by design. There's not a doubt in my mind that Victor Von Doom is going to have some kind of presence in the Fantastic Four film. It probably just won't be the main baddie status, because we know that's going to be Galactus.
Yeah,
which I got to see.
We got to see it, right?
Monster, yeah. After years of cigarette smoke monster Galactus, I got to see a live action Galactus. I'm so happy.
Hey, we saw it too with cell phone footage.
I'm also,
but, hey,
I'm way more cynical about a lot of the MCU stuff, but I also think that the thing with Thanos that was like really successful, he gets a lot of credit for like being threaded in there a lot before, but as Phil said, he was only in there a few times, but also they rewrote the character like every single time he appeared, and his motivations and everything didn't track from movie to movie, and then they brought in Infinity War, and they just kind of brought it all together. And people aren't normally skeptical of it because it all works, but like if you go back and you watch like Guardians of the Galaxy, or you go back and you look at the Age of Ultron stinger or whatever, none of those things are really actually leading up. It's just kind of the tease for the character. But the MCU is really good at kind of, they have this soup, and then they're kind of like, oh hey, look, it's all part of the plan. Yeah. And so I think that with someone like Doom also, I wouldn't be shocked if like, oh, surprise, that thing in that other movie was actually Doom the whole time, which maybe people are going to roll their eyes at some of that kind of stuff. But I mean, that's the type of thing that they're going to likely do with that, is say, oh no, Doom was there since the first Iron Man. There was a Easter egg everybody missed.
He was manipulating.
There were rumors that he was supposed to be in the background of Wakanda Forever.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I was
A
looking
lot of
forward to
strong
that.
rumors
Oh, the
about
kid in the
that.
Tony Stark, or the kid in the mask at Stark Expo was
Iron
actually.
Man 2.
We all know that was
Right.
Peter Parker. Come on.
Everyone knew.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Kevin Feige only likes retcons if it can benefit his universe. Just put it to you
That's
that
pretty
way.
well. You
Yeah.
know.
Well, I mean,
hey, that happened with the Snyderverse a
to
little bit.
to your
True.
point of how much this has been in the thing, it's in 7 months. At that point, we just now hear about it. You know, Feige also being over the comics, we're getting into a point where the comics at a new event's getting ready to get started. One World Under Doom. Doom just made a big play in the comics with the last event, and has become even more powerful than anyone ever realized by taking over someone else's powers.
So there's also something that I did in an editorial that I put out on Multiverse of Color today. The idea of not only Doom being the mastermind of not only Doomsday, but like Doomsday leading into Secret Wars and Doom's presence in the comics, of him being the one overseeing Battle World and essentially not necessarily picking and choosing, but scraping together who's left of the multiverse to have under his rule. If you think about it in terms of the MCU, who better to do that than the guy who started it all to begin with Iron Man in the form of Robert Downey Jr. That to me just feels almost synergetic in a way, because now you have someone who is heralded as, you know, the biggest, best hero, the most iconic hero in the MCU, like in universe too, right? But now you have someone with that same face as their biggest antagonist, essentially ruling over all of them to undo this timeline and like dismantle it. Probably end up being the one to soft reset it for new things to come going forward, because it's been rumored for a long time that after Secret Wars the timeline is basically going to be rebooted.
Yeah, it's going to be the second
Yeah.
timeline. But remember, we still got Loki out there holding everything together, so I'm kind of interested to see how that comes together. It sounds like they've had this. We're finding out versus what they have planned are two different things. And I'm at this point, I'm along for the ride. When we were in there and that crowd erupted when he, went in there. Like I said, it wasn't like 10 minutes until we were out of Hall H till I had the nuclear physicist telling me that these guys were, made a mistake. And I'm like, what? I'm like, okay. And then, like I said, I was like, okay. I mean, I can understand the opinion, but I'm like, I just want to see where the record of failure is with these two dudes. I wish I could fail on the Russos and Feige's record. I wish I could fail like that, because that, and be doubted like that, because that's a $30 billion downside. I'll take it.
Well, I mean, yeah. When it comes to the Russos, I mean, to try to be like, all right, we're done with Marvel, let's do our own thing. Okay, well, now we're back, and we got paid. We're gonna get paid a shit ton. I mean, obviously, there's
everybody's getting paid.
Everybody's getting. I mean, Danny Jr. Did you see like the article about what he's getting?
Well, I didn't see the article. So, what is his payday, by the way?
Well, it's essentially gonna be. I mean, when it comes to, I mean, I don't think there was like a definitive like payday, but at the same time, I saw things of like, okay, well, obviously he's already made about $500 to $600 million in the franchise already, and this might tack on another $100 million, and then he's also going to have the perks.
80 that the Russos are getting.
It was.
And he's going to have the perks of like a private jet. He's going to have
security
an encampment,
detail,
a
and
security encampment thing that's also going to be happening. Where so on the set, he's going to be just. I mean, basically like him and his.
He's like a king now.
Yeah, he essentially is just getting like royalty. Again, he's getting more money and perks than the fucking president of the United States.
I mean, figuratively, between the three of them, if those numbers are accurate, that's already $160 million on the budget.
Oh, yeah. And then of course you got back ends and all this stuff. I mean, I totally understand why Robert Downey Jr. is like, all right, let's do this, but at the same time, my whole thing was like, dude, you just won an Academy Award. I mean, he's got the ultimate. Robert Downey Jr. has got one of the. I mean, he's got the ultimate comeback story. That's why when Jonathan Majors was like making comments about like, oh yeah, Robert Downey Jr. and Ezra Miller. Ezra Miller is a whole other beast, but I mean, Robert Downey Jr. He like when things were going bad for him. I saw this little tidbit. I forgot that he was on Ally McBeal, that show, show in the early 2000s. Yep. I totally forgot about that. I was like, oh yeah, he was, because my mom used to watch that show.
Yeah, it was the beginning of his comeback.
Yeah, and that was starting to be his comeback, but then he got kicked off of that. But I was like, he went through the shit. Like he went to prison. He went to rehab. He had to really build back up. and he was trying to get back on the good graces. I mean, on people. And then, of course, when it came to him getting Iron Man, I mean, they took a shot on him, and then. So I think I know there's like a dedication to the MCU.
The insurance policy on him on the first one was insane. Like Favreau really had to go to bat for him to even get him that part. The studio did not want him.
You hear that, Ben Affleck? Yeah, or Tom Cruise? Yeah. I mean, it was just like, yeah, you're right. And the fact that they took that risk on him and it paid off greatly, and so they owe each other. And at the same time, I'm like, yeah, get your bag, dude. I mean, it's there's got to be a biopic in the next few years about Robert Downey Jr. and
Probably
just
gonna
or
get
a
paid
documentary.
Is Timothy Chalamet going to play Robert Downey Jr.?
Robert Downey Jr. for another $100 million.
I don't know who could play Robert Downey Jr., but yeah,
You
somebody.
need a wasp of an actor to take on that. A young
Yeah.
wasp of an actor too.
I know,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Glenn Powell.
Glenn Powell.
Yeah.
There's the answer for everything.
Glenn Powell for everything. You know, I forgot that he was in Hidden Figures. He
Yeah.
played John Glenn in Hidden Figures.
He did play John Glenn. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah, he did.
It was only until like I saw a shot from like that, and it was him like on the stage, and I went, and it was, I don't even know what it was for, but I was like, is that Glenn Powell? Was it Glenn Powell in Hidden Figures? And I looked it up. Like, oh, he played John Glenn. I was like, yeah, of course he did. He has that look to him.
He has that 60. He has that
Yeah.
60s pilot.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yep.
that's what they look like. And just
that's what they look like. And I was like, oh shit. It's just amazing how much he's been around for a bit, and now he's finally getting his. Oh yeah, Glenn Powell. He's like a potential new superstar in this whole world of Hollywood right here but he's like late 30s. And that's what's so crazy. But at the same time, look at Sam Jackson. Look at, John Travolta's got so many times where he's like, oh yeah, John Travolta, remember him? He's now back again. It's like one of those things. That's what I love about Hollywood. It's like with anything, it's like no matter what age you are, you can still have like something where it's like, hey, here's that. You don't have to be, in your mid 20s to be something huge. You can have down, Josh Hartnett's having that right now.
I know that I was just about to bring that up because I'm going to go see Trap tomorrow night.
Yes.
And I'm
You're
here.
going to enjoy it, Scott. You're going to enjoy it.
I just know I'm going to enjoy it. Like it's one of those oh, by the way, I wanted to let you know Tuesday night. Oh, I think I told you this because we did Fanimated on Wednesday, but saw Longlegs, guys.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and see, Nicolas Cage is getting a renaissance too. Like
he came out of his B movie era.
Yeah,
and then,
which he was just trying to pay bills. Yeah,
Yep.
we get it.
And you know what? Respect to him for just working, because I watched some of those movies. Some of them were terrible. Some of them were actually quite enjoyable.
Not bad.
Willy's Wonderland was some good B movie fun.
I forgot which one I watched. But I watched like what's the one with the alien? The color. It was something with the colors.
Oh, it was the one that was based on H.P. Lovecraft. The Color of Space, or
yes, something like that. Where him and his family are out in a cabin, and then all of a sudden there's like an alien presence, and then it's that movie. Jesus Christ! Well, let's just say I might have had something with the letters THC in my system as I was watching that, and I'm telling you, holy shit! I'm saying like that was like whoa! It was like one of those movies, and then of course you had what was the one where
Mandy is the one.
Mandy was also a fucking crazy one too, where it's just he had some winners in the mix of all those B-roll movies where you just kind of go, okay, yeah. Some people should. I still haven't watched that one where everybody dreams of him within it. I forgot what that movie's called, but that came out last. There it is, Dreams. I haven't watched that one yet. I still want to watch that, but it's just, again, it's just like it's cool when like these actors have like a new life, I guess you could say, like injected into him. And then he's going to be in Spider-Man Noir. Longlegs was insane. And I know some people, it's so funny because Longlegs, who's seen Longlegs here?
Not yet.
Not yet. I want to see it.
It's a curious. It's weird because I've seen people go. The thing about internet hype, you have to be wary of that because everybody's going like, it's so scary. It's one of the scariest movies I've seen in ever. It's like Silence of the Lambs and Seven. And I'm going, I get what you're saying, but you are selling the product that you're selling a different product because I get the tone and everything, what you're trying to say. Even M. Night Shyamalan said that when he goes, I saw a quote from him today. He was like, I wanted to sell, what if it was Silence of the Lambs at a Taylor Swift concert? And I'm going, okay, why do we keep on talking about Silence of the Lambs? I'm like going, now you're you're creating something that people are expecting. And then when they see it, they go, that doesn't remind me of that. I'm going, yeah, I totally get what you're saying because when I watch Silence of the Lambs and I see Longlegs, I'm going, okay, it's just because what? It's because it's a girl FBI agent? And I'm like, is that where we're doing this? Because other than that, I don't see the correlation here. I see more of a correlation with Seven because the tone very much feels like Seven. But at the same time, it's not Seven because that had to do with this. This has to do with something completely different. So I always get frustrated when the hype and where they say like it's like this and this, and then I watch and go, no, it's not quite. I get what you're saying, but you're selling a different product here with this hype. And then when I see people go, why are people even talking about like this? It wasn't totally that. It wasn't the scariest movie. And I'm like, yeah, it's not. You watch it, you're not sitting there going, the whole time. Yeah, a couple of times you're like, I'm a little uneasy, but I didn't watch it like that. I just watched it like, oh my God, this is a fucked up movie. This is fucked up. And how it's like unraveling, I'm going, oh my God, this is crazy. This is insane. But it wasn't one of those movies where like Midsommar and Mother and Alex Garland's Men, where I went, I don't want to watch this movie for a long time because this is fucked up. It was fucked up to the point where I still wanted to watch it again, but it wasn't fucked up where I went, yeah, I'm good for a bit. It's like, it wasn't one of those. And yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird thing when it comes to internet hype, and you got to be wary of that shit. So I don't know. Rant over with.
Well done.
What?
Well done. Well done.
Oh, okay. I thought you said hold on.
No.
What do you got? What do you got?
Well done.
But no, that's but it's also good like when it comes to like these movies. But Trap, when it comes to Trap, I like start to finish, I enjoyed it. Start to finish, I enjoyed it, and I was worried that I wasn't going to. But Josh Hartnett is a fucking like, I mean, it's one of those where it's like, Jesus Christ, this guy. Remember before you just anytime that you saw him on screen, you thought he was high. He was always like that character. It's like, are you just like high all the time? When he was younger in the early 2000s, when he came about, I mean, it helped. Like, I love The Faculty, and he was in The Faculty, and obviously he played a stoner type. He played a stoner type a lot, sure. And then of course, when he was trying to do more serious stuff, it was kind of hard. Pearl Harbor, let's face it. Had some moments where it's like, I don't know about this. He's had those moments where, but then I love Lucky Number 11. I mean, he
absolutely.
was great in that. That's a
Black Hawk Down. He's in Black Hawk Down too.
Yeah,
Black Hawk Down. He was great.
And
Even
Black
the
Hawk
40
Down's
days.
got everybody in it though.
That's true. There's a lot of supporting characters in there where you go, oh my God.
Pearl Harbor had like everybody. Cuba Gooding
Yeah,
Jr.,
true. And it was
Powell.
Michael Bay.
Well, Black Hawk Down was like before any of them. None of them were actually names yet, but somehow they were all in the same thing. And then like 5 years later, all of them became like Tom Hardy's in Black Hawk Down. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the first probably thing that I thought that he would have probably been in before he kind of caught on is Black Hawk Down. And what's the guy in that scene with him? What's his name? He plays he plays the sniper in Wonder Woman. He's in that scene with Tom Hardy. That's the first thing I saw him in.
Oh, that one dude. Can't remember what his name is.
He's like a very small actor, but that's the first thing I saw him in before he caught on.
No, but I mean, like, that's what's cool about that is like Josh Hartnett's also like one of those where it's like he was big when he first showed up, and then he got big, and then it kind of like fizzled out a little bit, and then he was like around, but he wasn't like a name, and then all of a sudden now it's all of a sudden he's just like coming back up again, and if you watch this movie, like, yeah, if it wasn't for his performance, this movie just doesn't work because he's trying to be like the loving dad, but then he knows he's fucked the whole time. The whole time you just go, how does he get out of this? The whole time I'm thinking, how does he get out of this? And that's what most people are going to be thinking about when you're watching this. How does he get out of this? And he's looking at angles the whole time. Yes, there's a lot of conveniences that happen, but you just got to roll with it. Suspend your disbelief. It's a fucking movie, whatever. But at the same time, you're going, and then when you see the psycho come out, he does it so well. That's why I was like, hey, if he ends up being the DCU Batman, fucking A, man. I would actually like him as Batman. I've said that before, and I'll say it again. I think he would actually be a really good Batman. At first, didn't like it. Now, because he did try when it came to Christopher Nolan, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, and then now I'm going, okay, if they need an older Batman for DCU, James Gunn, hey, Josh Hartnett, I will fucking campaign for him because I think he has really gotten to the point where he can pull, because you see a duality. You see a big-time duality in Trap because this is a serial killer who's a family man, and he has very much tried to keep those lives apart. It's no spoilers or anything, but you could probably gather that from the trailer, but and it's emphasized. And when you see him being the family man and being like, hey, being that guy, and then you see the psycho come out, whoa, it's a good performance. Just saying.
Yeah, after listening to you talk about it from this movie, from Trap,
yeah,
I thought about it. I was like, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I'll take him or Glenn Powell, one or the other. I'm still pushing that, man. I will push the shit out of that. I mean, ideally, ideally, I would actually much prefer Jay Ryan from It Chapter 2, who played older Ben Hanscom. I think he would actually knock it out.
That's a good one. I also like Brandon Squelnar.
Yeah.
He's
got in a movie with Blake Lively.
That's coming out. I saw the
soon.
trailer for that, but I haven't seen him in a lot of things. I just like his look. Yeah, it's like a lot, but at the same time, that's why I've said that twice now. I'm like, all right, Josh Hartnett, go for Batman. I could see you fucking doing it now. Like, I remember before I did not, but yeah, I would say see this movie. It's different from M. Night Shyamalan. It's very tension. There's tension throughout the movie. I mean, obviously from the start, it's not that much, but at first when you start, there's like the first shot that M. Night does where he really goes, he starts looking around and seeing the cops. That's when you got going, okay, tension starts building. And it's within the first like 10 minutes where he's just like, huh. And then you start going, oh, okay, now we're starting to realize. And like it's such a buildup. Oh, you guys got to see it. It's a very enjoyable film.
Well, you talk about Josh Hartnett coming back at that point. I mean, it's interesting hearing him go on as to why he disappeared, and it's because Stalker, almost with the attempt on his life. And he said at that point, he says, I'm done. You're threatening my family. This is getting too big. People are becoming way too obsessed. And he and I pack up and go to New Hampshire just to reset. And that's why he's only been so choosy with the roles, just because he's got that in the back of his mind. Do I need to blow up this big at this point? What's the threat to my family? So, and I'm glad that he's starting to dabble back in and take that. I mean, Oppenheimer, I was blown away. I was like, yeah, this is what he was starting to get towards. And I'm glad he still has it.
That, and then of course Black Mirror.
Yep.
Black Mirror. Everybody talked about his episode, and that was probably the best episode, maybe the best episode of last season, with him and Aaron Paul. And then he was in something else I didn't see. I forgot what it was called, but yeah, it was just all of a sudden he's just starting to make his way back, and it's like, wait, this is not the Josh Hartnett I remember. I mean, again, you think Josh Hartnett's. but at the same time, I went, well, but I loved him in Lucky Number 11. I'm like, I knew there was a talent here as opposed to just the stoner dude or like the heartthrob type, because I even liked him in 40 Days, 40 Nights. I thought that was actually a good movie, mainly because Shannon Sosama and I had a fucking huge crush on her. But I'm just saying it was still a decent, like R-rated, romantic comedy movie that I thought, oh yeah, you don't see many of those anymore, So yeah, but yeah, go see the movie. Go see the movie. I'm curious to see whatever, but at the same time, when I watch an M. Night Shyamalan, I immediately start being like a detective myself, and I start going, all right, what's the angle? What are we doing here? What's going to be the twist? And I hate that, but I love that at the same time because, it's just what you do when you watch an M. Night Shyamalan. And, and then sometimes you go, okay. And then when you're not right, that's better than being right, in my opinion. I don't know. I like it when I'm not right, so it's good. And then, okay, I got to ask this. Okay, maybe not Nate or anybody, but older people here. Who watched the first season of Saved by the Bell?
Oh, when you said that during your reaction, I said, "Oh, I got to see a picture." Haley Mills.
They were in high school the same year as I was. They were freshmen the same year I was a freshman and senior.
For like 75% of the movie, I'm looking at this older woman. This, she's up there, and she plays the FBI profiler. You see her throughout, and it's not a spoiler or anything. She's just, she's trying to like catch the guy. I'm looking at her going, why do I know this woman? This woman looks so familiar. And then all of a sudden it hit me in the final act. I'm like, Miss Bliss. It's Miss Bliss. And I couldn't remember her name, Haley Mills. But yeah, she was in the original Parent Trap. She's been in numerous things, but the thing I mainly remember from is the first season of Saved by the Bell. She was Miss Bliss.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, it hit me. I remember even thinking, I'm like, I'm about to look at my IMDb. Like I'm about to pull up my phone right now, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to touch my phone when the lights are off, the movie's on. And it hit me in the fucking final act. I was like, oh my God, it's Miss Bliss. I was like, holy shit. Yeah. So cool. I was like, wow, when was the last time you saw her in something?
I was like, when you said that, I was like, oh my God, she's still alive? I'm not saying that. It's just you hadn't heard from her a while. Then you said, wait a minute, she's there?
Yeah. Crazy. We lost Steven, apparently. But
yeah.
Okay. It happens. But I do have to ask who, well, I know Scott's, he's helping the wifey right now. But who's here? Anybody seen Rebel Moon yet? The director's cut.
Not yet.
I have to cover it for Multiverse of Color, but I'm gonna try and watch them both this weekend.
Same.
Okay, so everybody's yeah. So that's the thing. That's why I was like, yeah, we're not doing any spoilers tonight because I'm not. I'm gonna see it tomorrow. I'm like, I'm not gonna watch it.
Some of us with watching 6 hours in less than 24 or 12 hours at that point. That can be a little tough for some of us.
I came very close to messaging you and being like, hey, what if I flew to LA? Would you give me a ticket?
I had 2 tickets, man.
I came very close to doing that. And I'm like, after San Diego, I'm not sure I could swing it.
Two different people hit me up and said, hey, I can't make it. And one of them lives in the area. One of them does not. And they hit me up earlier this week. So it was like, welcome back, Steven. Welcome back.
Thank you.
No, but it out. Yeah, two people hit me up with an extra ticket, and it was just like, shit. That's just what happens. One that was in the area, one that was flying in, but both because they couldn't make it because of work. And then I was like, but there's just so much you could do. I mean, I wish obviously Scott, Steven, Chris, anybody here could have been like, hey, got a ticket for you. But then, of course, you still have to buy a plane ticket and a hotel.
Jump change. Details.
Semantics. But it's just like one of those things where it's like, it's not going to be easy to do that unless somebody's actually in the area. And I even asked, but I was even thinking, I was like, I looked at my friends and I went, nobody's going to want to go out to LA for pretty much an entire Saturday to watch 6.5 hours of all this, unless they're really into it. And I only had one friend who I knew who has a serious crush on Charlie Hunnam, and I went, maybe her. And then
Will it be?
And
Will it be? She's probably saying, "Will it be?"
I know, right? So that was the only person that I thought, and then she was like, "No." It was just like that wasn't even going to happen either. It was like, it just wasn't going to happen. It sucks that because when all this was a month ago and it was finally revealed, you just never know what's going to be the case, and you just people just buy tickets and thinking, okay, I'll make it, and then all of a sudden things fucking take a turn. So, but it's all good. Should be interesting. But Steven, you watched both?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Nice.
And go ahead and give a little review.
Oh man, they're both better. I don't know.
Of course.
That's what we.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I know that when the originals came out, what I kept on saying was like I can't wait until we can talk about the movies and not talk about like the process of making the movies and the way they were released and everything. And I don't think we're ever gonna escape that conversation. And so it's like I hate even saying it, but it's like it's like almost don't even want to get into it because it's so hard to like my biggest takeaway from the after seeing the R-rated cuts, I think, is that in a really weird way, they actually make me like the PG-13 ones more. Not more than the R-rated cuts, but I feel like these, because those came out first, it casts everything as these are like the extended versions of those cuts. Whereas even the biggest complaints that I have about those, like if the R-rated cuts came out first and then the PG-13 ones were like a TV edit that came out, people wouldn't be saying like, oh, they butchered it for the TV edit. They'd say like, oh, this is an interesting way to make this work on that other format, right? But because those came out first, it was poorly reviewed with everyone expecting the longer ones, and longer ones come out and people are like, well, it's just a longer version of the PG-13 ones. And it's like the discourse is just because it started with those instead of starting with these. I don't know if that's recoverable, and that's frustrating.
So, do you prefer the R-rated cut of Part 2 to Part 1, vice versa?
No, I prefer the R-rated cuts of both of them a lot over the PG-13 ones. But I'm saying that the decision to release the PG-13 ones, I understand, and I'm probably one of the biggest advocates for like, or have been at least for the reason that they did it this way is because in order to get the financing for the 3-hour balls to the walls R-rated version, it was just a necessity because of the way that these movies are financed. They had to have something commercial to package with it in order to justify the funding.
Well,
unless he's going to do like a $50 million version of the movie instead of a $100 million version of the movie.
Well, one of the things that I was going to be that I kind of talked about, it was like the experiment for that, and I get why they did it, and I totally like. We don't get the R-rated versions unless they do a PG-13, But what do you think about the long game, Steven? Like the fact that it's like, do you think that there's going to be a long game of like, oh wow, people are going to visit the R-rated cuts, and then in with that, are they going to look back at the PG-13 cuts and go, oh okay, I get what they're actually doing? Is there like, do you think there's going to be like a long game? Like obviously nowadays everything's always instant gratification. That's why there's been, I mean, we've been defenders on the whole system that they were trying to do, and I've been trying to defend it as much as possible too, where it's like, yeah, well, they did it because of this. We wouldn't get the R-rated cuts because of they wanted the PG-13 cuts, but now that we have it all out there, that you maybe like over time when people start visiting that and then they go back and go, oh my god, now I can watch this with my parents, because I would not watch the R-rated cuts because there's tentacle porn in there.
See, unlike like Justice League or even like BVS, for example, like BVS isn't so drastically different in runtime that people usually just prefer the ultimate cut over the shorter cut.
Yeah.
Whereas with these, I feel like there's actually a situation where people who I don't think I don't know. Fans are weird, so who knows how they're gonna behave. But I don't think people are gonna look at the PG-13 cuts as like bastardizations after they see the R-rated cuts. They're like, oh, okay, that's just it's a short. And yes, there's a lot of stuff that's cut out that like without the once you have the full story, you're like, okay, I can see why they did it that way. The R-rated cut is vastly superior. But having the context of like, oh, here's what the whole story is. Like I said, it's like when you watch a TV edit of something, you're not like, oh, they ruined the whole thing by taking out the F-bombs and the sex scenes. Like, it's just like, that's just how it looks on TV, and that's just what it is. Right. And
it would have been hilarious if, like, when it came to censoring F-bombs, they did like those crazy voiceovers like you see on those TV edits.
Yeah.
It would have been funny. Like,
was it comedy? Was it Comedy Central? I remember in college, it was Wedding Crashers was on all the time. I think it was Comedy Central, and they everything was cheese and rice.
Yes, cheese and rice, or flipping animal, or something like that.
Yeah. I just remember that entire, and it took me forever to even realize what was going on because it was on in the background all the time until I was because I just heard Vince Vaughn all like a million times, cheese and rice. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, because you couldn't even say Jesus Christ.
Cheese and rice.
Yeah.
Vacation was another one that had a weird TV edit.
Did it?
Yeah.
And I think that's a I don't know, not to make this whole like a Gen Z thing, but like I think that's an interesting thing about like the modern age of the internet too, is that the whole dialogue around the nature of alternate cuts and stuff. And here we are again talking about the nature of alternate cuts instead of talking about the actual movies. But is that there's this like, oh, why don't you just put the good one out in the first place? And like back, I don't know, growing up and seeing movies on TV and on cable and in theaters, and a friend had a bootleg VHS and whatever. There wasn't this whole like, oh, this is the like. There was discourse about like what the better versions were, but like what you had was what you had, and that was just cool, right?
Yeah.
And so the whole I think it's really interesting the way they went about making the different ones. But I think that's kind of the biggest takeaway that I kind of have after this is the I don't think the strategy ultimately, and part of it is like Netflix didn't push the R-rated cuts. There's almost no promotion. They're not in the top 10 for today, for example.
Yeah.
And that's like really unfortunate. That's just kind of what it is.
There was hardly any promotion. Yeah, you're right.
I think that for the people who like waited to watch the R-rated cuts, I think that they're going to be happy probably that they did. And I think that even the people that haven't seen any of it, watching the R-rated cuts, they'll probably go back and see the PG-13 cuts and be like, oh, these are inferior, but they're not going to be as frustrated as they were as the people who watched the PG-13 cuts without the context of what they were cut out of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes any sense compared to like, you know, BVS or Justice League or something where it's like, oh, this is like they ruined it, and it's not ruined in the PG-13 ones, it's just less. So yeah.
It's interesting you bring up the idea of like people aren't talking about the films as they are presented. The conversation is more surrounding the making of the movie, the fact that there's a director's cut that people have been waiting for, as opposed to this, you know, quote, as the internet puts it, bad PG-13 cuts that have completely ruined whatever. It's just interesting to me that people cannot have a conversation about the films themselves. It's more about like the context in which they are presented, the context in which they are made, as opposed to just taking the films as they are. So I guess, like, you know, but from the R-rated cuts, I'm not asking for like how much of an improvement there are over the PG-13 cuts, but what kind of additive things in the R-rated cuts makes for a more pleasing story, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, so just from like an aesthetic perspective, I mean, there's a different color grading. It starts off and the especially in the first cut, hopping around the different planets, you don't have the title cards on the planets anymore. Because there's more story, and so it's less just like, boom, you're on Pollux now. It's like they actually have a dialogue about we're going to Pollux, and so then they don't do that. Like,
so it feels more organic as opposed to just, you know, plop, plop, plop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more like, and there's a lot of small character beats, and visually, I mean, the action is more complete, and lots of both the blood, and the lava from the guns, are like more accentuated, and so you have like when someone like lots of heads get blown off, and so you'll have like blood spraying one direction and lava spraying in other directions. So it's like this red and this orange, and it's like. And there's even like some really cool like silhouette shots. There's lots of like old boy style side scrolling actions.
Old boy. Ooh, I like
and
that.
so and so there's a lot of like you get this like side scrolling action with like a backlight, and so you almost have a silhouette shot, and so you'll have like a shadow of like the blood splatter and stuff. So like a lot of really cool visual stuff going on.
But also it's paced so much better.
Okay, so you've seen both too,
No,
Scott?
I've only seen chapter 1.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't have time. I really didn't even have the time to fit in chapter 1, but I got through chapter 1 this afternoon when I got home from work, and it just, besides the stuff that I knew was going to be there after reading the novelization, and I don't mean just and I don't even just mean brand new stuff, but like what Steven just said, character beats, transitional scenes. Like, it's amazing how you just add 3 minutes in between going from one scene to the other. And, you know, I mean, this isn't any spoilers, but it's like we actually meet Nemesis before we're on the elevator going down into the depths.
Yeah, it was that was one of those scenes where I'm like, wait, there's way more here.
And actually,
and it's not
it's
even
screen
that
time
much
wise,
more.
there isn't that much more, but just
Enough
structurally.
more.
But even to your point, Scott, it's not even just time. It's like even inflection, how you say something. You say it in one way to another. Even a camera angle, like Zach had talked about, like different camera angles can really change how you perceive something.
The camera angles aren't. You notice it if you're familiar with the PG-13 version. There's a lot of. It's not drastically different, but it is apparent there's different takes and different camera angles for certain shots. But yeah, a lot of those little character beats it's interesting because I think there could have been just a really, really, really solid. I don't know why they did instead of doing like a 2 hour 15 minute, 2 hour 30 minute. I think part of the nature of it being an experiment is the PG-13 2 hour limitation is almost like a challenge. And that's why it's hard to not even talk about the filmmaking, because it's, when I say challenge, I don't mean a difficulty. I mean, it's like a self-imposed constraint in order to say, what can we do with this? And so the 2 hour time limit feels a little bit arbitrary when like there's a really good 2.5 hour version of that movie they could have done. And also
there's like lines of dialogue, like literally the scene will play out exactly the way you remember the PG-13 version playing out, but then there will be 1 or 2 additional lines of dialogue that plays into the overall lore of the universe,
or just little things like Tarek and Kai have like moments where like they look at each other, that it's just like the extra moment of characters interacting. Yeah.
Right. The R-rated cut, like I said, I have only seen chapter 1. Probably once I get off of this stream, I'll go ahead and jump on and watch chapter 2. But it's allowed to breathe more. And then when Zach talked about the tone being different, there are scenes where visually you're watching the exact same thing that you watched in the PG-13 version, but I swear that Junkie XL's score is different.
Oh yeah.
And so in a scene here or there, and then literally nothing is different in the visuals that you're watching, but the music changes it makes it more epic and less melodramatic. I mean, there's melodrama. Let's not fool ourselves here. But this is melodramatic sci-fi, and then this feels more like epic sweeping. Like, I'm thinking about the end scene where they take Noble's body to the chamber at the end.
You see them like going through the whole dreadnought with him
right,
on a stretcher, and
then the score that's playing is so much more ominous than what.
Well, because before it happens, there's a creeping sense of like something is about to happen, and like if you don't know what's going to happen, like if you haven't seen the PG-13 cut, there's going to be a lot more suspense there about like what where are they going, where are they taking him. There's a build up to that moment, whereas in the original cut, it's just like, oh, and he's there, and this is happening now.
Right. And there's even and there's, and I'm sure Steven, you caught it. There's even a little detail about the physical condition of Noble that is different from the PG-13 cut to the R-rated cut. And it took me a minute to go, oh, they even changed that. Like it's
and the reason they
I love
changed
it.
that is because there's another plot element that makes that thematically relevant to
exactly
kind of what's
yes
going on.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
It ties into something with the priests that is completely excised from the PG-13 version. That
Okay.
is
Oh yes. Okay. Sorry.
Oh yeah, like you get there's a lot more with and I think that like what you were talking about breathing and scope. I think the biggest thing with the part one and part of the reason that was so people had such an issue with that with the PG-13 cut is because it's the first half of that Seven Samurai story, and so it's the team building one. And when you cut that to the bone, all that's left is we have to put the team together. Go to the planet, get the person. Go to the planet, get the person. When really this is a story about Velt, right? It's a story about protecting the village of Velt. And so when you cut that down, you have to keep the team building stuff, but you lose all of the grander, oh, here's the Imperium and here's Velt, and the team building is just happening inside of that larger scale. And so when you lose that in the cut, as a team building movie, it doesn't make as much sense in the more focused cutting it down to just the stuff about the team. But when you get the stuff about the village in there, you're like, okay, this is why they're doing that. This is the stakes. This, all of that kind of flows and makes more sense in the larger scale. And that's why I say, like, when you watch the cut down version, like, okay, I see what's going on here. And like I can go back and watch the PG-13 cut and not be nearly as frustrated with like, how dare they cut that thing out? But yeah.
But it just feels different. And also, and this is no spoilers, but I'm going to talk about there's shorthands that the PG-13 cut did that personally, and this is just a personal gripe that I have, that is completely removed from the director's cut. You don't get stupid narration at the beginning of the movie because I hate expositional narration voiceover, even if it's delivered by Anthony Hopkins. I don't need it, thank you very much. And you don't get the whenever they land on a planet, you don't get the little caption that tells you the name of the planet they're landing on.
Yeah. That's Steven. When you were gone, Steven mentioned like how the fact that you don't get those, hey, we're on this planet because you actually
little cue cards. Like, no, you don't get that. Sorry, I'm dealing with family.
No, I get
stuff.
it. Yeah, but I was just saying like that you break up a good point because Steven brought up that too.
So it was just I remember being so frustrated watching the PG-13 cut the first time because I felt the holes. And Dave, I said this on the Vodka stream.
Yeah, we all did. We all felt
the holes. And it's amazing when you go back.
That's what this Vodka stream is going to be talking about. We felt the holes.
We felt the holes.
Anyways, that's next week, actually.
Yeah.
Like Cassandra Nova inside your brain felt the holes?
Yes, that kind of feel the holes. Absolutely.
But not in a good way.
But not in the good way.
But creepy, violated way.
Yeah.
But it's amazing how there are additions, and I think Steven and I are probably on the exact same wavelength with this, but there are additions that you're not even going to realize are there because they're so small, but yet it makes such a difference overall. There's a completeness to this director's cut. There's what's the word I'm looking for? There's a completeness.
Cohesion.
There's a pace.
There's a filling of the holes.
Yes, the holes get filled. And boy, do the holes get filled. You usually see a lot of holes getting filled, by the way. That does happen.
All right.
But So
Yeah,
I'm
more
really
holes
looking,
getting filled than I anticipated.
actually there was less
More
holes
holes than you could shake a stick at.
I mean, I was actually expecting more holes getting filled based on what I read. So, I was a little disappointed, not going to lie. So I'm looking forward to chapter 2 because something that I was wondering because I read the novelization and I brought this up on the Vodka stream. There is something that happens in the PG-13 version of part 2 that actually now happens in the R-rated version of part 1. Like it's completely moved, and I was expecting that because that was the way it played out in the novelization. So you are getting like structurally, I can't wait to watch chapter 2 because it gets stuff gets shifted around.
That's
It's
good.
still the same story. The story doesn't change.
Well,
but it gets fleshed out so much more. And for me, all that mythology of the world that was talked about leading up to the release of the movies, and then I would watch the part 1 and just go, well, where the fuck is it all? Well, it was here, in the R-rated version. And it was a very it was a very pleasant experience watching Chalice of Blood and going, as I watched this one.
And I think another big difference that all of that leads up to then also is in part 2. Part 2, I think, is less drastically different than part 1 is in terms of like story and structure. There's a lot more added violence and stuff, but part 2 was always felt like the more complete one.
Yes, so it did.
There's definitely quite a bit added into this, but
especially after reading the book too. There wasn't too much left.
Much more in it, yeah.
But one of the biggest differences, though, if you remember when part 2 came out, a lot of people were giving it a lot of crap for. They were like, okay, we're halfway or 3/4 of the way or whatever through the second movie before they do like the character backstory montages. And when I got to that part in part 2, that feeling of like, oh, why are you doing this now was totally absent because you were so much more familiar with the characters already, but also it happens in like a third of the way through the second, like it's like in the first act of part 2 now instead of like the midway point. And so it doesn't feel like it's like it's being thrown in there at the last minute. There's characters already established and backstories established because like Tarek has already referenced the fact that he's royalty, and these things, these aspects of the characters aren't brand new revelations because they've already been teased and threaded in, and then you're just getting expansion on what they already established, and it happens earlier in the total runtime of the movie, and so there's a lot of things like that just it all comes together way better.
That's good. That's good. And I love that. And we got Rhea joining right now.
Yay!
Hi.
Hey, Rhea.
Happy Friday, Saturday, y'all.
Yeah.
You don't even know what day it is.
Well, no, for
I feel
Eastern
it.
people, it's
I feel
Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday right now.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Thank you for joining, Rhea. You've seen a little bit of Rebel Moon?
Yeah, that's actually why I'm late, because I wanted to finish the director's cut before I hopped on.
Makes sense.
Both of them or just the first part?
Oh, yeah, just part 1, Chalice of Blood. Yeah. I caught some of y'all's discussion of part 1 and 2, and yeah, a lot of it I definitely caught on to as well. I did like, y'all kind of already explained a lot of like what's fleshed out and stuff like that. I really appreciated what they did with Eris, the young turncoat from the Imperium. So yeah, I don't want to get into too many spoilers, but I'm glad that they, gave him more of a backstory for sure. I really appreciated that.
Yeah. I think Mike sounded a little down for everybody. Like
Yeah. Ray, you're a
low.
little low.
Just a smidge.
Might have to turn it up
Okay.
just a little. Just
The
a
other
little bit.
The other thing,
Usually
too,
it's Steven that has problems with that.
we mentioned color grading was redone. There's
Clearly.
also VFX is all way more baked.
Yes,
like
yes.
people were
Tarek's right. Tarek's
the
right
Bennu-
looked so much better.
Yeah, there was a little bit of contrast between Tarek and the Bennu in the PG-13, but it's seamless in this. It's so definitely some more time in the oven on that helped.
Is that better?
I think so.
Yeah.
I could hear you before, but maybe Dave just is getting old.
No, I was the same thing. I was like, I thought
Well, yeah,
Rhea
but
was
you're
slow
also
as well.
up there.
So, because we want to hear you, Rhea.
Yeah, I can keep playing around with it, but yeah, if you can hear me better, that's great.
Yes. So are we gonna do nothing while Dave's here? Can
About
we
to
just
say,
like,
no,
mean,
I haven't
I'm doing
seen
like
Have that
things at
awkward
once. Sorry,
silence and
gents.
say, "Where you been?"
Sorry, everybody. I'm doing like 3 things at once.
I haven't seen
Not
either of the
allowed.
new cuts yet, so I didn't want to really comment on them yet till I had a chance
Yeah.
to see them.
But Rhea, so let me just ask you, like, besides just commenting, are you? I don't know if I ever really heard what your opinions were when you saw the PG-13 cut, but how was your personal enjoyment of the director's cut versus your initial reaction when you watched the PG-13 cut?
Yeah, I think I noticed more of the cinematography and dream lens use in the director's cut than I did in the PG-13 cut. To be honest, I think because I just watched the director's cut, there are like some creative decisions made with the cinematography, but I feel like there could have been more like like they could have celebrated the set design a little bit more without all these like in my opinion mid shots are one of my least favorite decision making like types of things to use in filming. So when that would happen on scene or like in frame, I would only see like parts of like the first sequence in when we see Eris the turncoat kid from the Imperium. Yeah, like I don't want to spoil it too much, but yeah, his like the landscape around him of like his pillaged destroyed kingdom, or like where he lives, his planet basically. I would have loved to see more of like the destruction and like the heinous acts, I guess, like perpetrated. We did get some of that. Like there was for sure very visceral scenes with that for sure, and I can say that about the entire movie for sure. A lot more visceral, sort of like emotionally resonant and heart stopping scenes for sure. It's just I feel like the set design for sure like helps me kind of immerse myself a little bit more. In fact, like in both movies, now that I think about it, one of the most like I guess impactful scenes that kind of resonates in my mind is Cora kind of like plowing the land, and there's this like this like Saturn looking planet behind her, I think with the ring around it. Like I was just like, yes, this is what I want. I want these freaking like computer wallpaper type of ambient sort of impactful
Something you put on your
scenes.
background on your computer or something.
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
that was just like a gorgeous scene for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm just like I would have longed to have more of those. I'm probably not giving the movie enough credit for the scenes that are similar to that or do have great set design shots in frame, but yeah, like in general that was kind of my impression basically between the two.
I do think it's interesting, and Scott can probably, I don't remember it entirely, but he can fill in a little bit of this as well, is actually that opening scene in the book has a little bit, it's almost closer to like Krypton and Man of Steel, where in the R-rated cut, it just jumps straight into this kind of action going on in the beginning. Whereas I think in the book, it actually has a little bit of story leading up to what happens there, right?
Yes, it does. Like you get a little bit more of like the politics of like what is going on, which works well for a book, and this was much more, let's drop you into the story. I will say this one thing, and Steven, you can comment on this as well. Sorry, I have something in my eye and it's just bugging the absolute snot out of me. I felt like
hopefully not snot.
I hope not. The build up for the blood axes, I feel like the seeds are sown for them so much more that when they do show up, it feels like a legitimate reveal when you discover them later on in the movie versus the PG-13 cut, where it just seems like they mentioned them and then they're there later on.
I think that's kind of what I was saying a little bit about how the PG-13 cut focuses so much more on the collecting the team, and so the blood axes are treated as just another team member, whereas because of the opening scene and then the rest of the context around it, the Velt exists just kind of as a stop-off point of the Imperium in their search for the blood axes.
Yes.
And so as a result, the entire thing is reframed as the Velt is getting pulled into the Imperium's conflict with the blood axes. And so in the R-rated cut, the very beginning, Noble is like, I'm looking for the blood axes, and then that all gets referenced throughout. So when they show up, in the PG-13 cut, it feels like, oh, they need the blood axes for their team. Whereas in the R-rated cut, it's like, oh, the blood axes are finally here. This is
the whole reason everything's going down right now is because
these people they've been whispering about this whole time.
Yeah.
That's all very interesting, but yeah, I mean, I can't wait to like start diving into it. We'll do it more next week, of course, when everybody's seen it. But I did want to get your, the people who have seen it, just what your opinion is about the cuts right now, at least for what people have seen. And we also got Brad showing up right now.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah. By the way, who's this jackass next to me with the Santa Claus beard?
Oh, you actually pointed at me. So.
I know.
Well, someone is getting some consequences coming his way.
What a way to start.
It's my first time on a stream with Steve. I had to have.
Here, I could do that. I could do that. There, that's better. Yeah.
Keep moving till he's off the screen. Be better.
Sorry, Ray. It's like
Twice.
the way he set it up.
I'm like, does my hair look like a beard?
I know. I was like, geez, don't.
I had that planned. I was going to come up in the middle and like.
No, Brad.
That's your new shirt, Rhea. Bearded jackass.
That's for any before anybody asks my thoughts, I have not seen yet unfortunately the extended cuts. But I have a very specific reason why I haven't gotten to yet, which I posted on Twitter earlier. If anybody hasn't seen how my day yesterday pretty much
wouldn't have seen it because I'm not on Twitter.
Well, long story short, at my dojo, I was just doing a lot of we had a seminar, and then
you get kicked in the balls again.
I'll plead the fifth on that.
Yeah, that's
yeah. No, there was a because I've started doing some assistant coaching in the last couple of months, and it's actually starting to evolve a lot more to kind of into part of my professional life now. So I had. Yeah, and
life just happens, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
life will find a way.
Yeah. Life.
Well, again, it didn't. As far as like my plan to like just stay up all night and like at least get one of the first extended cut in, that didn't work out because first we had a women's seminar, women's self-defense seminar that I was one of the assistants on, and it kind of ended with me and one of the other guys. We took them through all these different techniques, and then at the end, we each of us put on this armor that kind of looks like police riot gear, and so the ladies are like, "Okay, it's now your turn to kind of like really kind of try out everything you."
Raya, I'm getting some ideas. I think because he called you the bearded jackass. I think this might be your opportunity to pay back's a bitch.
Express yourself.
Exactly. Right.
They did it for you yesterday. Trust me, because
No, Ray, do not take away Raya's agency. She can take care of you herself. Just
Well, I'm hoping to get out to the part of the Comic-Con operation with William and all of them next year. So Ray, you got I guess about a year to plan for that.
Well, we're doing a Have You Met episode with Brad tomorrow over on Movie Madness and Entertainment. We've been doing a pretty good series getting to know people. Phil was on our pilot episode, and it was.
I can understand that one.
Me? Yeah, me. That's right. Thank you for having me. It was a fun time. Anyone, please go check that out.
Yeah, totally. So I'm stoked to do that, and sorry, I'm drawing a blank on witty comebacks. Maybe I'll have some tomorrow. Sorry.
Save them up for tomorrow when you guys talk about that. Hey, look at that. Thank you, Roberto Lima, for a $50 super chat. Just got here. Don't know if you addressed this earlier, but do you guys think Superman will flop?
Where's that art from?
That's quite a turn. I mean, we could turn from Rebel Moon to Superman. I mean, personally, I don't think it'll flop. I don't think it's going to make a cajillion dollars. I think it's just going to be maybe just enough to keep this ship going that's going to be happening over with DC Studios. I think there's enough there to warrant the continuation of what they're actually doing. And yeah, but I don't think it's going to make I think, I mean, and we've talked about this before. William, you've talked about like if it even makes
lose money. I actually think
it's going to lose money.
But
now?
I think because of the amount, if they do this the way they need to do it, the amount that they're going to have to put into that looks like it's going to be short-term promotion because they're definitely not doing anything long-term. And like I said, you cannot. You can't go pick and save for this establishing movie. So it might make good money, but I still think they're going to slightly lose and make their money on the back, which isn't going to be devastating. I think they'll make their money on the back.
It's going to be enough money to continue where they don't
It also kind of depends on what their budget is too.
Well, there's a lot of people that think it's a $300 million movie.
It's not 185, as I'm guessing. I'm guessing 185.
Yeah, I'm thinking less than 200 as well. I saw so many. Well, then again, with the discourse out there, I mean, there's a certain group that wants to say that it's a $300 million movie, and I'm like, no. And when I see those tweets, I go, no, it's not.
I can't let this be said without pointing out again. 300 million is the new, like 185 million.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
yeah. I've seen you said
movies cost money.
If you're including production budget,
I'm saying literally inflation that people there's all these movies that are coming out that have like $400 million budgets. That's the equivalent of like $200 million from like pre-pandemic dollars. So like literally. And this has always happened as inflation goes up, is that these budgets keep on going up, but the amount, like the amount being spent on these movies is equivalent to what they were before for the most part, even though it's like seems twice as much as it used to be. The reason that these movies are getting so much more expensive, but they don't look that much better, is because the actual value being spent on them isn't drastically different. It's just that the dollars they're spending on it are worth less indivially.
I say 185 plus about 125.
Well, plus we were $300 million.
So if it flops, blame Joe Biden.
What?
I mean,
plus we were $300 million. Wouldn't the suit look better? I think, just let me have that one. Just let me have that one.
No.
I think based on how quickly the shirt sold out at Comic-Con and even earlier this week on the DC shop, I will say that I think that little modicum of interest there, people are interested about. There's hype for it. Will this film be a repeatable viewing pleasure that James Gunn's Guardians film had the luxury of? That remains to be seen. But there is those DC fans who weren't too hot on what Snyder was cooking. And even then, they didn't show up for anything most of after that either. So it's really kind of like a 50-50 of whether or not this film could make money. I think it has the potential to, but it does boil down to, as William mentioned, how much kind of marketing they're going to invest in it before the film comes out. I feel like since the film is just wrapped shooting, that's even another bigger factor too. It's the marketing for it could ramp up here in the next 4 or 5 months. I would guess that the first trailer for this movie could be shown sometime around Christmas. That's my guess.
But my guess is Brazil. The Brazil.
Really cool. I think like for I think William, I asked you this in the chat on one of your shows. Like, do you feel like it was kind of a missed opportunity to do some sort of teaser or some sort of like additional image, real
That's a good question.
sort of showcase?
I thought somebody should be delivering some pizzas over that one.
Well, I mean, if you look at what Fantastic Four had, they had test footage, and if anybody who's seen that test footage,
it wasn't really test footage. It was more like a concept reel because
that's the thing. But they were showing what the movie was going to be about, and it wasn't anything too crazy. They were just like, hey, here's the tone, here's the aesthetic, this is what we're going for, here it is. And the fact that they haven't even begun full-on principal photography, that made me go, well, okay. I mean, because I was one of those going, they're not going to meet that date. That's going to get postponed. They're going to Fantastic Four is going to come out in November. It still might. It still might because
that movie's coming out right on
think
time.
so? Okay.
That movie's coming out right on time.
I know.
They got a lot of the what I call flesh and blood photography already done. They got Galactic, they got all that done. But here's the thing about this, and I won't go into it too much because I've already have. The right people at DC haven't been replaced yet, and that's the people who are Warner Brothers as the promotional people, because you got a movie that those people aren't even on the flight to film yet, and you got more hype about a movie that doesn't come out for a year. This film just finished wrapping. Now, one franchise has the benefit of the doubt, the other does not. So you just got to meet the moment, and they really haven't. And Comic-Con is just one place that they haven't met the moment yet. And like I said, I think you're losing a lot of valuable weeks and months in this year leading up to next July that you could be building that bridge instead of waiting till the last 6 months to throw it together. Like I said, if you're on a roll, you can do that. If you got $30 billion in your movies, you can do that. But if you're this franchise, you really need to take advantage of everything that's out there. And I think they just missed out on so many platforms. But I guess they're going to do it the traditional way. But like I said, I just have if this movie is not that good in July, 2 weeks later, I got one coming in Fantastic Four. That's how I feel about July 2025.
Yeah, and to William's point about this film making it right on time, I think that's perfectly plausible because Deadpool and Wolverine started shooting last summer. They paused filming due to the strikes, picked filming back up in November, finished in early February, and the film still made its July release date.
Yeah, I think at the time of stopping, they said they had about a third done.
Yeah. So depending on how long the Fantastic Four shoot is, which I can't imagine it being longer than what it took to shoot Superman, 4 or 5 months, doesn't at all shock me that they spend the same amount of time on VFX, especially with someone like Matt Shackman who utilized their budget so well on WandaVision. I have nothing but faith in Marvel Studios to deliver Fantastic Four in July.
And neither one of those movies are moving, by the way. I'll bet right now.
I'm right there with you. Neither one of those.
Yep. Neither one of them should, or nor do they need to. They should be released.
Well,
right
I mean, what's good about Superman wrapping this week is and them just taking their time is they're going to take their time, so they're not going to have that rush. And that's what I was kind of worrying about Fantastic Four. It was like the fact that it's like, all right, we're going to do all this, and then all of a sudden you're going to have like this. We've heard the horror stories when it comes to Marvel Studios and the crazy deadlines and shit like that. Yeah, so we're going to get maybe some of that. When it comes to Superman, it's like, well, we're done, and they probably already been doing all the stuff, and they still have this whole year where they could be like, hey, we could still work 8-hour days, maybe 10-hour days, who knows? But I mean, there's just, I mean, I get like, okay, so both of those keep their dates, but it's like, are we going to hear horror stories about Fantastic Four meeting the deadline and not horror stories about Superman? But then, of course, we're not going to gauge it on that unless, this is like, we're not going to hear about that until months after, but we're going to look at the final product. And it's just like one of those things where I was going, well, the quality of the VFX will probably be better with Superman because they have so much more time. But then I'm going, but at the same time, I don't know, when it comes to seeing that footage of Fantastic Four, I went, okay, they already have their aesthetic. They already have wherever
Galactus locked down.
Yeah, they have things already like, okay, they already have this pretty well planned. But at the same time, it's also got Marvel Studios behind it. Superman does not. Superman is just like, hey, there's a new Superman movie. Okay, let's see what this is about. They don't have the whole, MCU behind this one. I mean, that's the thing. That's what's going to be.
It's called credibility.
Yeah, the credibility kind of thing. So it's like you really have to sell Superman. You really have to go like door to door and be like, hey, look at this vacuum cleaner. As opposed to Fantastic Four is like, we don't need to do that. We already have
it. On the shelf. Come get it.
We've already sold products to the public.
The only thing I would kind of say that maybe slightly is maybe like a mark, maybe like a mark against Fantastic Four, but maybe like something we need to overcome is the fact that they have the Marvel Studios brand behind them, but also the fact that Fantastic Four cinematically doesn't have the best track record. So it's also to a certain extent they do have to kind of sell the idea of like, hey, here's the latest iteration of Fantastic Four. But
once they put Marvel Studios on it, that doesn't matter. Once they put Marvel Studios on it, nobody's going to really
put that
connect
brand on it. That
yeah.
matters. And then, of course, when you have something like Superman, it doesn't sell as well as Batman. So that's working against that because Batman is always the top seller for DC is Batman. But at the same time, if you have, I don't know, like it's one of those things where like, yeah, they're really putting all the chips into what's happening with it. And, with the old DC logo that got introduced last week too, which I think we're all in, agreement.
Right.
Like, I think, you know what, Scott, like, I think you brought up like, there was like Vodka streams a while ago where we talked about like the DC logo, and I think we talked about how maybe they should go back to this bullet logo. And I don't think I don't know if we talked about that or we like had some kind of conversation, but I mean, we could all kind of agree that we grew up with this logo for sure.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
this was the logo that was this was my childhood logo.
Yeah,
for DC. Not my favorite one, but it's the one I grew up with.
Yeah. So it's like one of those where it's like not your favorite, but it is the logo that we all recognize.
I admit I did really kind of develop I did develop a liking for the page turner version of the DC logo.
Yeah, so did I. I thought that was like the most unique logo, to be honest. I thought that was like, with the whole flip, and the DC logo, and I don't know. It was just what's so interesting about DC is like they've changed their logo. Marvel, how many times have they changed their logo?
Not very many times. They add to the block writing, but that fold-over logo would have been great for anything but DC Comics. You don't change things like that.
Yeah.
That's where it's like, you always wonder why don't people stay in their jobs longer? Because they do shit like that. Because you have a logo with that height of their senses is that logo. Why do you change that?
Yeah.
If you think you need to throw something and make something and change it to spike your sales or something like that, that logo wasn't the problem.
Marvel's only had two logos that have stuck out in my brain because there was the one that was the giant M, and it says Marvel Comics, and then there's been this Marvel logo,
simple to the point. Yeah,
that's been there for a hot minute.
And then it's just the faces. It's the logo of the block writing, and then depending on what the comic was, if X-Men, you had all the faces of your people that were in the comic. If it was Hulk, it was just Hulk. Spider-Man, just Spider-Man. They've pretty much kept that logo, that block logo, consistent since 1981. They would add the giant M in the comics onto it, but it was always that block logo. Why? Because if something's working, you don't screw with it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But Steven, I know you got to take off.
Yep. Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah,
man.
Well, it's great to see you, Steven. Go ahead and promote anything you have to promote.
Don't have anything right now, but maybe soon.
Okay.
Cool, man.
Have a great
Sounds
night.
good, man.
Peace
Well,
out.
thank you for
Nice
joining
meeting
us,
you,
Steven.
Steven.
Take it easy. All right. Always good to see Steven. I know he hit me up. He was like, "Hey, I could join this week." I was like, "Cool. Let's do it."
Next time, bring me up in the middle so when I point at him or
I know.
whichever way.
No, Brad. How
That
about you
was
just
hilarious.
go epic fail live?
There you go.
I'm gonna clip that out. I'm gonna clip that out and embarrass you. No, just kidding. I'm not gonna
Oh,
do that.
my audience is so used to doing that.
Take
with
notes from Scott.
horrible movies
Just-
they put us through on the sci-fi.
Just listen to Scott. He was a teacher once.
we were going to do some watch parties of the extended cuts this weekend, but we kind of rethought that, and because between them they're 6 hours long, and we wanted to give everybody the opportunity to actually see them first, then
do it the
watch parties.
following weekend. Yeah. But when it comes to DC, I'm just like, okay, I have high hopes. But Nate, our featured guest here, you've been quiet for a little bit. Like, what are your thoughts about a lot
Jump
of this stuff?
in, man. You have to take the bull by
I
the
just
horns.
taken the seat
Sometimes
back.
you just gotta freaking just dive in and
Can't
Does
be
you guys
polite
run
anymore.
Rebel
That's speaking
Moon?
for someone who is.
You guys run Rebel Moon. I haven't seen it yet, so couldn't really
Okay.
add to that.
Okay,
But
so don't add to that, but add to the whole DC and what are your thoughts?
yeah, for sure. So I'm optimistic about it. Obviously, Superman is the one that everyone's most curious about because it kicks it off. But I know, like, you haven't asked me about my thoughts on the suit. I think
what are your thoughts on the suit?
I think it's okay. It's
Okay.
like the bright blue, it's fine. I think I know a lot of you have your specific thoughts on it, but there's a lot of people online that act like it's a nuclear bomb coming for their house. Like they're
course.
freaking out over it.
I know.
It's
I
just
hate
a suit. It's just
Yeah.
a suit. That's all it is. It's not gonna kill you.
Fictional
It will take
characters.
take
Exactly.
down your family though and ruin your job.
So yeah, I think the suit's okay. I'm interested to see what he does with it. As far as my interest in everything else, I just want to know what he does with Batman because Batman's my favorite DC character.
Right there with you.
I really want to know what he does with that. I'm very curious about Swamp Thing, especially that James Mangold's doing that.
Mhm.
I want to see what his vision is, and I don't necessarily want to know how it ties into everything else because all those projects are kind of, very random. It doesn't seem like they have a very clear, connection at this point in terms of how they'll, culminate at the end of that chapter. But yeah, I'm curious to see what they've got planned. For Creature Commandos, I don't really have an opinion on it because I don't really know anything about those characters. I'm just like, it looks okay. I'm going to give it a shot. I'll see what I think. But yeah, other than that, just optimistic to see what he cooks up with that franchise.
No, it's good. It's a good way to approach it right there. Which is like, yeah, just be optimistic. And the fact that it's like, okay, when it comes to the suit's always been, there's a lot of discourse with the suit. I even made a joke earlier, like this week when it came to, Superman rapping. And then David Cornsweat did a funny little video where it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, finally I can eat some sweets because obviously he's been on a Superman diet for the past year or so, and so he's just chomping down on a freaking brownie. And then I tweeted, I was like, good thing the suit's baggy, right? And I was like, yeah, zing, because the suit does. But at the same time, I've actually grown to be like, yeah. Suit's not skin tight, fine, because most are, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, I get the fact that it's a different kind of suit. It's when I see it in, like when they showed that little baseball card thing, or did you guys see that?
Yeah, trading
Yeah.
card.
I did see that
Trading
in
card
passing.
thing. I was like, that's cool. It's like,
I'm kind of-
all right.
I've kind of a theory for that that might be like an in-universe thing with like
It
the
probably
whole
is.
with
Yeah.
the whole thing of like Lord Tech Lord Tech having like his team superheroes and potentially having like a boy, an influence of the boys. That this might be like in universe kind of merchandise for all the heroes that live in the world.
So we
Wasn't
already
there a
know that
shot
there's-
of like a gift shop and there's a bunch of different Superman
Yeah.
action figures and statues in there?
So that's what's good. That's what intrigues me most about the movie is the fact that it's it's almost you're watching The Boys. Obviously, that's very R-rated. This is kind of like, okay, well, imagine if there was something like that when it came to superheroes that you already know, like Superman. And that's why I love that shot that somebody took, paparazzi, whatever the hell, or some kind of newspaper where they showed Clark Kent's going through the crowd, and behind him you see Superman merchandise. It's like, oh, okay. That's cool because we've seen that, Scott and I have talked about that in DC Fanimated. We've seen that in Batman the Animated Series where there is.
I am.
What episode was that?
I Am the Night.
I Am the Night, right? Yeah. So
I'm
you
better for
actually
the tourist
have
trade than I
Batman.
am for the city.
Yeah. So you actually see Batman merchandise within that universe. So it's like, yeah, it's one of those approaches that we saw that in Suicide Squad. When you see somebody selling shirts and then it's like, it's a Superman shirt and hey, he died, remember? Hey, so you see we've seen a touch of that, but we haven't seen full on where it's like, hey, now you got these superheroes. And of course, naturally in a country that is like, hey, we're all about capitalism here, let's fucking market this shit and let's sell some products. You're going to see that with Superman that we really haven't seen before with previous iterations of it. And that's what intrigues me the most about James Gunn's Superman. It's like he's adding that aspect to it. It's not a year one. It is like a year 2 or 3. You already have other heroes that are already fucking sponsored. And it's like, okay, so he's taken some of the boys' aspect and adding it to a DC property. And we've kind of seen that a little bit, I guess, in Marvel Studios, but not much. It's kind of interesting that we haven't seen much of that kind of take, I guess, but we've seen it. I think we've seen it more in Marvel, of course, than DC, but we've seen a little bit in DC, but that's what intrigues me the most, for sure. Anyone? Okay.
That's what you have. I mean,
Deal.
you can only talk about certain aspects until they give you more to I mean, we've talked about the suit, talked about this, that's it. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to just knock something. I have more to talk about after leaving Hall H with Fantastic Four and maybe Avengers out yet than I do about a movie that's in the can and is supposed to be the most important movie since, motion pictures were created. I don't think that's going to be the case. I really don't like the fact that there's that much pressure being put on one movie because things collapse under undue pressure. And I'm wondering what the metrics of success, what are their metrics of it? Forget about fanboy metrics. That doesn't mean shit. What are the actual, the people who are putting the money down and the people who will decide yay or nay? What's their metrics of success? Is it 500 million? Is it, do they take a hit, but they get critical acclaim type of situation? It's really tough to find out. And there's not enough there. There's not enough meat on the bone until, as you close into the movie, but now you got all these other movies that are coming out. Like I said, it has 2 weeks to make basically 80% of its revenue. And then you have FF coming out right on its heels. So that's going to be interesting to see how long
it is going to be interesting. But like what Zach said today or yesterday and during interview, let's just wait and see the movie. I love how he said that. Did you guys see that interview?
Yeah.
Obviously, he's doing interviews, and it was
I saw the clip.
from like Hollywood Handle and everything. He basically said that he asked Zach, he's like, "How are you feeling about that?" And he said, like, "Hey, let's just wait and see the movie," because I think Zach knows like more than that we give him credit for. Like, obviously, he's busy, but I think he's got his finger on the pulse a little bit when it comes to a lot of this stuff. And I think the fact that he answered like, "Hey, just wait until you see the movie." Now, naturally, fans of Gunn and Zach are going to utilize those quotes and cater them to how they feel about it, which I saw that a lot today, where I saw, diehard Snyder fans go, "Oh yeah, he totally just shit on Gunn in the costume." But I'm like, no, he didn't. I mean, I think it was one of those, he saw the reaction to it and maybe even thought, yeah, the suit doesn't look all that great, but hey, I know I'm a filmmaker. I know what it's like when you see behind the scenes and stuff like that. Let's wait till we see the movie because I've shot things too where maybe it doesn't look too great at first, but then you see the movie and hey, there you go. That's what we're going for. But then at the same time, it's like, I think with him, he's just kind of going like, hey, and a lot of people want to pit Gunn and Snyder, against each other, and they're not against each other because I'm not saying they're besties, but they're acquaintances and they respect each other as creators. But it's just like, it is kind of funny to see that discourse when I'm just kind of going, all right, come on, guys. Let's not do this, but I do like the fact that he was asked about it and talked about it a little bit. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I mean, I didn't really put like a whole lot of stock in it too much.
Yeah.
What is he going to say? Like, oh, that suit is trash and my movie is going to be way better?
Yeah, I know. It's not going to do that.
I think you shared it and I saw it. I think I saw it from one of your videos, probably on Instagram. And it was Sean O'Connell who interviewed him about it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He did ask things and stuff. He asked about the Russo brothers as well.
Yeah.
And he did, and that was cool because, we saw the Russo brothers and him that over pizza kind of thing. And again, that just kind of shows you,
Pizza
with
Film
all,
School. Yeah.
That
was a great chat.
It was just kind of like one of those, again, I think when fans, especially on Twitter, which is just a hellscape when it comes to this stuff, is like they're always trying to pit things together and they're always trying to put words into these creators' mouths like, oh no, this is what he actually meant. This is what he actually meant. And they want to they want to be like, oh, this Zack was actually slamming what was going on. That's why he said it like this. And then some people are like, oh yeah, Zack complimented James Gunn. Oh, the fucking Snyder cult is now like shivering in
I'm
their
so
boots.
fucking
Look,
fed up with
here's the
that
thing.
side of it, too.
Like these.
Neither one of those are true. Yeah.
No, and like the thing that I think the important thing to remember is all of these guys, be it Zack Snyder, the Russo brothers, James Gunn, or even anyone who's made a comic book movie in the last decade or so, like they all have like a collective agreement of good comic book movies and more comic book movies is only good and better for everyone. Like when you win, I win. When I win, you win. It's a take and receive kind of deal. But then on top of that, like Zack Snyder's a professional dude. He's not going to go out of his way to just slam any of these directors. I mean, for crying out loud, he didn't even have to name drop Joss Whedon when he said he wouldn't use an ounce of footage for him. He didn't even bother doing that. That's how much professional he is. Despite the fact that that man came in and dismantled his movie, he still was really professional in the way he addressed talking about it. And I wouldn't doubt that James Gunn and the Russo brothers would do the same thing had something similar happen to them. And they've never have. James Gunn maybe a little different because he got ousted from Disney and then got invited back. But
yeah,
apples, oranges, the whole nine. But like it to me, when fans specifically try and like write words for other directors as if they said it verbatim it's funny to me now after spending so many years in front of a keyboard watching people fucking bicker and fight and shit. It's just so funny to me that fans to this day are just still so they've got blinders on and what they think is the truth is the absolute truth without looking at the bigger picture of things and taking into account like true context of what is in regards to an entire situation. And Zack Snyder just giving props to James Gunn in regards to a Superman movie and the Russo brothers. Again, that's him being a lovely, friendly professional in this world of filmmaking. So to anyone just trying to put words in his mouth and act like he's trying to slam him, I'm sorry, but you're fucking delusional.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying too. I'm like, come on. I mean, he's not going to just like, it was no like backhanded compliment or anything like that. There's no secret meaning. He's just like, hey, he probably saw the discourse and saw the fact that people are like, geez, the costume, and he goes, he's just like, hey, just wait till you see it on the big screen. Let's wait.
Yep.
He was like one of those. And he's like, a lot of us where it's like, yeah, wait till you see it on the big screen. So
yeah, we can all have reservations and opinions on what things look like just from set photos and the like. That's all fine and gravy. But ultimately, it's almost moot because the final product is not in front of us to consume yet.
Yeah.
More or less. But that film, Superman, like Zack Snyder and James Gunn are now part of a collective unit of people who have the ability to say, yes, I made a Superman movie.
And that's a very small club, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Not all of them are alive either anymore. So.
This is very true. That club includes 3 people, and only 2 of them are worth the shit to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. There's one that we don't want to even talk about.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
But again, there's there's many people who have brought Superman to real life when it comes to at least shows, which is good. There's a lot of people that have done that, but when it comes to, of course, movies, yeah, there's a limited. And I think Zack has
literally, if you want to talk about live action, major motion picture, 3, 4, 5, there's now only 6.
Yeah,
as far as Superman's concerned, yeah,
because you got Donner, Lester, whoever directed Superman 4.
Wasn't that Reeve? Didn't Reeve do that himself?
No, it's actually the person that did it. Who whatever.
I love how you said that, Scott. Whoever directed Superman.
Whoever directed Superman 4.
Richard Lester was 2 and 3.
Lester was 2 and 3. Well, half of 2.
Half of 2.
2 is complicated.
Half of 2.
2 is complicated. 3
like
was definitely Lester. And then 4 was whoever that was. and then you got
Sidney J. Fury. Sidney J. Fury,
Yeah.
who did it before.
And then you got Singer, Snyder, and now Gunn.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah, so it's a limited club. So naturally it's like, and then of course we know that Snyder and Gunn are, they're not best friends where they have meals together once a week, but they are acquaintances. It's like, stop trying to pin them together and it's like, or pin them against each other. And I know there's like people in Gunn fandom, and then there's people in Snyder fandom that want that. And
Because
Stop it.
people want to fucking win. Like it's
Yeah,
a
it's so weird.
competition.
It is weird.
Pissing matches are stupid. I'll just say that.
But at the same time, it's like, okay, Zach has a Superman, a couple of Superman films. Well, and then Superman into, a Trinity film, into a Justice League film. He did something special that that a lot of us, everybody here is just like, hey, we love that. And then of course he's going to have his own, James Gunn's going to have his own version of like what he's going to do. And it's like, yeah, okay, we can't just, if you like it, you don't, it's fine. But I mean, I'm not trying to say like, hey, stop what you're doing. No, everybody do whatever the fuck you want to do. But if we get, I've had some people I even had somebody in my mentions yesterday just have a meltdown because I hashtag release the Ayer cut because David Ayer posted something about the Ayer cut. Do you see that? Yeah. Somebody like freaked out. And I was like, oh my God. I was laughing like, wow, I hardly ever tweet this hashtag because there's not much there. If David Ayer posts something, hey, I'm going to quote tweet and I'm going to use the hashtag because I do want to see it. Do I think it's going to happen any time soon? No. It'd probably be something years and years down the line. But this guy had a fucking meltdown and I had to be like, I was just laughing. And then he was like, well, he was saying all kinds of shit. I'm like, dude, you had a meltdown over a hashtag that I don't use often. That's what was hilarious. And then he didn't respond. And, it's like, yeah, you were fucking stupid. And it was somebody who has actually been in my mentions before and just freaks out about things. And I'm like, dude, just used it once. But it's just kind of funny where it's like simply just using a hashtag could just set somebody off where they like freak out and start saying, I'm like, hey, I'm not against James Gunn. I want to see what happens with this universe, and I hope it works out, and I hope it's all just like, hey, something that's going to be great. But at the same time, it's like I could still want something, a previous version. I still want the Schumacher cut. I want.
That was talked about at Comic-Con. Yeah,
Schumacher cut.
Yeah, with Kiva Goldsman had that interview where he was talking about he's really trying to push that kind of behind the scenes.
That's not really news. He's been doing that for a while.
Yeah, but this was an interview where he really kind of really just dove in on like, yeah, this is really, I'm really kind of like really just trying to put this out there now that this is there's this longer version and it was the first time he really kind of publicly emphasized it.
I think it's gonna happen.
I'm sure it hopefully will at some point.
30 years, 30-year anniversary. Come on.
Yeah, it's next year. Yeah.
Come on, 30-year anniversary.
The Ayer cut, your best bet of seeing that would be for the 10th anniversary, but I don't see any business reason for them ever. And Schumacher cut's the same thing. It's one thing to desire something. It's one thing to come up with a business reason to actually do it. And given this company, I don't see any. I'm not against it, but I don't see. It's like pulling teeth to get them to do things on for business that benefits themselves immediately. Things in the abstract, I don't see it.
It's very good at self-sabotaging.
Yeah. When I think the Schumacher cut, I'm just going, all right, just take the footage. We've already seen it. Just clean it up a little bit. Inject it into the movie. I don't know how much it would actually cost.
Kevin Smith played a cut of it last year. That's smart.
Yeah, I mean, the Ayer cut's different because you actually have to do some work and from the number I've gotten is like 6 or 7 million that you have to like put more into it. Schumacher doesn't. It just seems like just clean up the deleted scenes that you can add to it.
Well, I don't know. I think I may have said this before, but to get an idea of kind of what the Schumacher cut sort of entails, because I've read the novelization of Batman Forever, and that really there's stuff in there. There's stuff that pertain to like the Riddler's origin and Two-Face's escape from Arkham, and even a little bit of Batman's backstory with Harvey Dent and. There's definitely stuff in there that that really kind of it gives the movie or the story breathes a little bit with a lot of what it adds to it, and the general kind of what Akiva Goldsman, what a lot of people who've kind of had access to it have said is that the intention was always to lighten the franchise up with Batman Forever, but with what Schumacher initially did with his cut, it's like the tone shift did not feel as abrupt, or it did not it didn't feel as sudden, or it felt more organic. Going from Returns to Forever with, I guess, a lot of what he did. So that kind of fuels a lot of my interest in it.
I want to see it.
Can
But
we talk
speaking
about,
of Bat,
can we talk about this? Can we talk
Oh,
about
yeah.
this?
yeah, I was just about to say, Scott. See, we're me and you just this because I was like, this is a good segue to hey, we're talking about Batman. Let's talk about a little bit of Cape Crusader now, and let's go right. Yeah, okay. Well, let's Nate. You talk first because you're the featured guest right here. And how are you feeling about it? I think we might have briefly talked about it on one-on-one, but hey, talk about it.
Yeah. So I finished it today. I absolutely loved it. It's a really good vibe for the show. Like the whole 40s vibe, they nailed that. The villains, I have to say, Onomatopoeia, that episode was really good.
So good.
Yeah, that all like how they handled him being like him in all. I'm trying not to give too much away.
Yeah,
I mean,
no
if you know the
spoilers, no
character,
spoilers.
it's like
Yeah.
they make him work and keeping him the way Kevin Smith wrote him.
Exactly, yeah. And what's the other one? The Natalia Knight one. That one surprised me. That one really surprised me with some things they have in there. But overall, you know what I'm talking about, Scott?
I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
That's a fun.
Sorry.
That's a fun episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of them though have all these really great moments, like Hamish Linklater as Bruce and Batman. The like distinction between the two of them are like it's so good. Like in one scene, he'll be his Bruce voice, and immediately he turns to Alfred and he goes into his Batman voice because that was the thing that caught my attention was, oh wow, he's really like changing his voice that seriously in front of Alfred. But the action was good. The art style is exactly like the animated series, pretty much. And yeah, I thought it ended good. I'm not going to give away anything else, but there was this thing throughout watching it. I was like, are they going to do this thing at the end? And I was like, yeah, they did it. I'm not going to give it away, but I really enjoyed it.
Don't do that. I see. You know what's funny is like when it comes to Linklater, is like his voice. At first, I was like, I don't know if I like his voice. I actually really like his voice now. And now hearing Bruce Wayne, and we heard like before when it came to how he won the roles, like it was mainly as Bruce Wayne. I'm like, okay,
that's right. Yeah,
I totally see that now. But man, I tell you what, like man, where was my thought going on this? I lost it, I think. But man, what was it? It was well, first off, I love the fact, the tone, and the fact that we actually see people like get killed. Like, whoa,
they get shot.
They get shot.
Fire guns and
there's
people
blood
get
too.
hit.
Yeah.
You know, it's like there was an interview this week with Bruce Timm, and I read it, and I read the pull quote after watching the episodes, and it was amazing because I was like, Bruce, I was picking up what you were laying down, because for anyone who hasn't watched a lick of Cape Crusaders, or maybe he's only seen an episode or two, Bruce Timm said they wanted to take Universal monster movies, Warner Brothers gangster movies, Republic Picture serials, pour them into a pot and splash a film noir, dousing on top. And I was just like, this is a glorious golden age sundae that I ate every bite.
Yeah, it was so well done how they blended all of that together, and it doesn't shy away from going dark at moments too. Like there's some dark moments in there.
Going dark, I loved it.
Oh, well, what I said in my review over on the Squadcast Media YouTube channel is that Dave and I have had some critiques of the third season of Batman the Animated Series, the new Batman Adventures, because
Love of the Croc.
Love of the Croc. We had some fun with Torch Song. Because, dude, watch the Firebug episode of Cape Crusader after we just talked about Torch Song from the new Batman Adventures. all that complaints that I had about Torch Song Dave.
Oh man,
the Firebug episode, like
clean, yeah, just
nailed
yeah.
what I was talking about. But it goes back to the villains and all the characters. It's a character piece. Everyone has legitimate motivations and psychological backing. It's just it's a show that while it doesn't have the fine gloss animation wise that those early episodes did, like you go back and look at on Leather Wings or God, I cannot believe I'm blanking on
that appealed to me. That aspect appealed to me.
Heart of Ice, like it doesn't have those. Those are those A-team, gorgeous looking episodes of the original run. But the thing the series does have is the writing that allows me to overlook some stiffer animation that I'm not a fan of, but at least
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
but it's backed up by great writing and amazing vocal performances,
and the music too. The music was so well done.
Frederick was cooking on this series. The soundtrack, of course, is already available.
Yeah,
because Amazon's really good about getting their music out like really fast. And Shirley Walker, when she composed for the original series, it was very orchestral and bombastic, but could be moody. This just takes moody and atmosphere to like a different level because the show it's grounded, but it's not.
Yeah,
because like in the original series, they would never have anything magical or supernatural or anything like that. It could be fantastical, but it took a while till they would go a little over the top. This does over the top, like what it does with Gentleman Ghost.
I was just about to say, like we've never seen Batman do anything like that, really.
Not except for like in Brave and the Bold,
That's true, yeah.
In kind of environment. But there's also, if you're a DC fan or especially a Batman fan, the characters that just pop up or get name dropped in this show are like, oh my God, they're there. That's so cool. And they do a complete like 1940s twist to them. Like you'll see characters that but you almost won't recognize them because they are trying something different with them. And I appreciated that.
The intro too is one that you don't skip.
I know.
You don't skip it. The only complaint I have about the intro is like the fact that when they show the credits, everybody is an executive producer. It's like you see executive producer Bruce Timm, executive producer J.J. Abrams, executive producer Matt Reeves. It's like everybody's an executive producer. You see like 10 different executive producers, and then all of a sudden, but I was just like, all right. Usually when you start off an opening credit sequence, it's like, hey, if you're showing Batman, show the name of who's voicing Batman, maybe. It's just that's the only thing that throws me off about the intro. Is like it just starts off with executive producer Bruce.
The thing that threw me off, Dave? We spent all this time talking about those beautiful title cards, and they don't use them in the actual
at all. Yeah, really strange.
You're right. I didn't even think about that. We did that on Wednesday. We went through all the motion title cards, and yeah, you're right. They're not even there. Oh man.
That was like the one thing that made me go like,
oh,
it's like, I was looking forward to having title cards again.
Oh, man, see that I didn't even think about that. I was like, oh shit, they did not. But Chris, how you feeling about it? How you feeling about? Did you watch the whole thing?
I'm an episode and a half. So it's definitely got the essence of what we all loved about the animated series. You can definitely tell, the handprints of Bruce Timm and all the others. I'm very excited because, like I said, I'm in the middle of the second episode, seeing Greg Rucka with Montoya and I really do like what they're doing with Montoya with it. And
she's a detective.
yes,
Yeah.
and hearing his Bruce, I really do. It is a little different, but I do still hear a little bit of Kevin in it. I still hear just that little bit of Kevin Conroy in it, and it is. I like the idea of keep putting this in the 1940s, the noir, like you said, the soundtrack, the beats of it. I really do think that this is. I'm excited to hear everyone saying, "Oh, it's great, it's great, it's great." Yeah, I'm gonna finish this weekend along with Rebel Moon. I'm excited. I think this is gonna be great. So, but with that, I'm gonna head out, head to bed.
Head out. I know
Much
you gotta
love,
head
brother.
to bed.
Don't go to sleep, Chris. Go watch more. That's what you do.
No, I need to. I'll fall asleep and then have to restart it all over again, which is not a bad thing. But
I'm about to say, are you complaining?
So, but good talking to everyone. Thank you, Dave.
Always great talking
Nice
to
to meet you,
Chris.
Chris.
Appreciate it.
Later. Bye.
William, I know you said you had to leave too soon. I know you. Are you and Brad doing?
Yeah, we're gonna have our
Yeah,
show
we'll be on there. Listen, I'm not gonna go over. I have no use for Batman the animated series. I know you guys love it, but never liked it. However, I do love this.
I was always waiting for the moment when I was waiting for the moment when he would like.
I'm not. We don't need to go into that.
To tell them that.
I like I said, vomit worthy. I know certain people love it. I can stand it while I was watching it as a young adult. However, I did not ever blame the people that were putting it together because they were doing a kids show and they had a leash on them. Everything that I most of the stuff I did not like about that series to me has been corrected here. I like the rough edging of the animation. I love the score. I love the tone. It just proves to you that when you put creators in the right circumstances, they can do really good shit. I've only watched the first 2 episodes, and I don't do the binging, but I we're gonna watch them again tomorrow.
We're gonna do the first 5 tomorrow during.
When we do
we're
ours.
Going to be doing the Rebel Moon watch party. We decided to do that instead.
But like I said, I wish that this would have been what could have been presented back in the early '90s. I may not have hated that version if you would have presented this because it's mainly along the same lines, but just better, rougher edge. The tone is better. The presentation breakdown is better. I really had a lot of fun with this. Like I said, the only thing about Comic-Con that I was really kind of pissed off in the Alien one is that I couldn't get up to the presentation upstairs for this because they were showing the first 2 episodes, and I really wanted to see it, and I really wanted to, see those people, their perfection behind it. But I have enjoyed the first 2 episodes. I hope that the other, I guess, 8 more are consistent. But yeah, like I said, I see a lineage to the older stuff, but not in a better way than other people are going to see it. I'm glad that they corrected this medium of Batman. So I enjoyed the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, good. So you guys got to take off.
I'm in a boat because I got to go get food.
Okay. But Brad, you okay? Brad, you can stay for a little bit.
For a little bit longer.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, William. Obviously, thank you for reporting and everything. You're awesome.
Right. See you guys in an hour.
All right. Yeah.
Good riddance. Dear
okay,
God.
So
Oh my God.
One of the things that I actually, because I was like, oh man, I want to bring up something, and I forgot it. I remember it now. So with the only first 2 episodes I've seen, I do love the fact that Batman, Bruce, whatever, calls Alfred Pennyworth.
Yes,
as opposed
that's what I
to
immediately
Alfred.
picked up on.
It's there's a payoff for that.
Yep.
Okay.
There is.
Okay. Good. Because the first 2 episodes, the fact that I was like, damn, he's calling him Pennyworth, not Alfred. I'm like, there's got to be something to that. And I'm going, all right, that's a little, unique spin. And I'm going, okay, really? Yeah, okay, all right, cool. I just wanted to bring that to the table. And now that you guys are saying there's a little payoff to that, good. I love that, So, but I'm just saying, I was like, man, he's calling him Pennyworth. That's cool. I love that. But again, Linklater's voice is like, at first I did not like it, but I fucking think it's so great now. It is totally, it's working for me now. Both the voices, the Bruce Wayne and the Batman voice, totally working.
Episode 2 is Clayface, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That one was really
Great
good too. I
episode.
really enjoyed that one.
That one's solid. That's probably, I would say, one of the best ones of the season.
I would
Okay.
agree with you on that, Phil. Yeah.
It was a really good episode because you got
Really well
Montoya,
made, really
who's
well done.
doing the detective work. She's trying to figure it out, and then of course there's a lot of bait and switch, kind of.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's like who's this, and then of course you get a really cool shot that you saw in the trailer. I remember when Scott and I were like, we went through that trailer and we saw something, and it was like, oh wait, is that? And then, but yeah, when you see it, you go, oh, there it is. There's that shot. Oh, that's such a cool shot. But yeah, seeing Basil, and then of course his little backstory of, I mean, and everything that's has to go behind it. It just totally, it totally works for that golden age Clayface. It's not Clayface that, doing that whole thing, that noise that we always talk about on DC Anime.
We always talk about that noise.
Yeah. I mean, that's cool. That is totally cool. Like, with him being like that. But we have this Clayface. It's like, yeah, he's literally just portraying other people, and then of course doing things to throw people off and all that stuff. And yeah, it was a really good episode. I like that. Out of the 2 episodes I've seen, I like that episode better than the first one. First one, when it comes to Lady Penguin, I was like, okay, that throws you off a little bit, but man, they really made her ruthless.
They did it well.
Yeah,
they did that very well.
And it made me go, okay, I get. I mean, like, you did the gender swap. You didn't. In my opinion, I was like, you didn't need to do that. But at the same time, I went, yeah, but this episode works, and the way that she fucking treats her kids. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had thoughts of like Queen Latifah from Chicago, like the
Well,
mama,
yeah,
the
there you
Mama
go.
Morton. Yeah, that was.
I mean,
yeah, that worked really well for me.
Ooh-wee.
Phil,
And
what were your thoughts?
It
on
worked for the world. It worked for the world.
I don't even know where to begin. I will probably co-sign with everything you said, Scott. I mean, this felt like a melting pot of, Universal monsters, gangster movies, and a smidge of 40s noir under the guise of golden age Batman in the best ways possible. I mean, I got a lot of cool villains out of this. I think my favorite episode by far was probably the Catwoman one. I have a very soft spot for the Batman Catwoman relationship, so that was just a blast of an episode. And Christina Ricci, man, she's just
she was good.
so good as Catwoman. Holy shit! But I think, like I said earlier, the Clayface episode is one of the best. I think the Harley Quinn one, there's a debate there between 2 and 5 for being like the best episodes of the season. Episode 9 is probably a really strong contender. There are a lot of really fun Easter eggs too littered throughout. Like I mentioned in the chat way earlier, that a Grey Ghost one is abundant in one of the episodes. I think it's 6 or 7. There's a fun little Grey Ghost nod.
It's Nocturne.
Yes.
Nocturne's the one that it's in. Yeah, because I caught that one. Yeah.
Yeah. That episode is actually just chock full of just Batman references through and through, like Grey Ghost, among other things. There is actually 2 nods to the 66 show in the Onomatopoeia episode.
Yeah, I know, right?
Can't wait for that.
Those were fun. There's one. They're both verbal, but verbal in different contexts. I will say that. But Scott knows exactly what I'm talking about.
And there was another 66 reference in the Harley Quinn episode.
Oh, I missed that. You're gonna have to DM me privately what that one was. I must have missed it.
Okay. Where's my
but I'm curious about that now.
I'm doing it right now.
Doing it right now.
The ending is very much a 3-parter in a certain respect. Because the last 3 episodes all kind of blend and flow with each other in a certain way, and it was just really well done. I'm so glad they're doing a season 2. I'm really glad they're doing a season 2, especially after what happens at the end of this episode.
Well, I'm also glad. I'm glad that they.
Yes,
that
I did catch that, Scott. You're absolutely right. Now that you mentioned it, I had to think. I was like, oh yeah, that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's fine because I just DM'd you what I was talking about. But so it's but once again, but to show that if you are a Batman fan, it rewards you. Like it's one of those that's just like if there's an era of Batman, there's a wink and a nod, but it's all painted over this 1940s, you know, golden. It takes things that didn't even occur in the golden age, but it was like, but what if it did?
Yep.
And then we put it into the golden age, and it's really awesome.
Good.
But it's also great knowing that when Amazon picked this up for series, they went ahead and did a 2-season order.
Yes.
So it's really nice that you watched all these episodes and you knew you were guaranteed a second season.
And that's what's so great too. Like, you know, as a Batman fan, just little things, just Batman in front of like a clear, like, you know, map of Gotham City, and he's circling things, and he's just
with like a chalk pen.
Yes. And he's got his arms crossed, and he's talking to Alfred, and then you have Batman just, you know, doing this, listening in on people, you know, just stuff like that. There's just little things, detective stuff, fucking showing up in, you know, in a dark room, and he's like doing the flashlight thing. There's just so many things, and the action's really good too. That's the thing. It's like a lot of, you know, I saw some people that were making fun of like, wow, the animation's stiff, and then you watch like the action sequences, like the fight sequences, and it's like not so stiff. It's like they're, you know, I get it, they're going for the aesthetic of this, and yeah, okay, some people might think it's stiff. I personally like the animation. I think I'm okay with that, but when it comes to the action sequences, I mean, come on, they're great, and yeah, I don't know.
One thing I really did love about this version of Batman, you'll see it in the later episodes too, but
Mm.
they definitely emphasize, like, you know, in typical comic canon, Batman is this, you know, 128 different style combatant, but here he's like a fucking bare knuckle boxer just beating the shit out of people. And it's so fun. It's so fun just watching Batman give the old 1-2 to all these other villains and crooks and crimes. And,
There's a scene coming up, and I'm just going to say the line. I'm not even going to give you the context, but there's a scene where he goes, "I asked some questions."
And
that sounds like fun.
Okay, Ray, I wanted to get your opinion on some of the stuff if you watched it too.
I haven't watched it yet, but I was curious. Is there a reason why they put the whole season out and not just do weekly drops?
Amazon, okay, to answer your question, Amazon always does that with its first seasons.
So second season, we probably won't get this.
Second season, I would anticipate that they'll do a weekly drop, because what they do is they drop you the first season on the binge model to get people hooked and talking, and then once they got their hooks in you, future seasons they do the weekly drop. Usually what they'll do is that they'll drop like two, like when the season starts, they'll drop like 2 or 3 episodes, and then they'll do one a week till the end of the season. But it's just Amazon's distribution model. That's the answer, Rhea.
I really hope that they don't do what Invincible did in that. And I feel like they might treat animation a little differently, but I'm hoping I'm wrong. I hope they do the traditional, like as Scott mentioned, the Amazon, like first season all drop, but then next follow-up seasons they do an episode or 2, and then weekly after that. No, I really hope they don't pull an Invincible and do 4 episodes in one sitting, and then like 6 months later do the other 4 episodes with some goofy special in between. I don't want that. No, fuck that. This is Batman. You treat Batman with reverence.
Well, no, because I still haven't watched the back half of Invincible season 2 because of the break. Like the break lost me.
I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I didn't even bother watching the second season because that show's animation is just lazy to me.
Yeah, we've had this conversation. I don't agree with you, but once again, you know, hey, that I will take over what the hot garbage that William just dropped on this show, where I'm just like, you can just leave now. You can just leave.
I've talked to William before, like whenever he said, because he's again made his thoughts on Batman. He's okay with Superman the animated series, which definitely is okay with me. But he's always made clear he's not a fan of Batman the animated series. And every time he would say that, I'm just thinking, and I've said to him, man, I just one of these days on the Vodka stream, I just really want to see how Scott and
well, he's
I was bleeding in my mouth from the tongue biting that I was.
Yeah. I was like, William, you're not inviting any more on to the Vodka. Just kidding. You know, he is.
No,
but
listen,
Ray, are you excited to watch? Like, is this something that has your interest?
Yeah, definitely. If I can just sit for maybe like a couple hours or maybe like 3 hours to watch it. Is each episode maybe like
25
minutes? 25 minutes. So it's about a 4-hour investment total.
And they move so well too.
You do move so well.
Paced very well.
There is a lot of story, and it's paced so well.
So yeah, I mean, so basically, give yourself about an hour every. Yeah, so it's 5 hours. It's 5 hours, and you can watch the entire season.
Yeah, we're doing the first half tomorrow during the watch party slot, so you'll get to see the first 5 drop in with us. Of course, you'll probably have to, again, William, I'm sure, will be dropping some commentary on. See, this is what that animated series didn't do. Right? Listen, every other stream, it's like I have to, with my anticipation for Superman Lois season 4, I have to listen to him tell me it's like, well, Doomsday sucks because of X, Y, and Z. So it's like
William has very strong opinions about things, and he can be wrong. So
well, our audience does too. I mean, they talked him into putting me through a Cat in the Hat watch party 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's right. You had to do that. Oof.
Yeah, that was. Oh, I'm still recovering.
Now, one thing I haven't seen anyone talk about in regards to Cape Crusader is the Batmobile. I really like the design for the Batmobile. I thought that fits really well.
I love it because, I said this to Dave, I think when we did our trailer breakdown on Fanimated, was that it reminds me of, because the original Batmobile from like Detective 27 was just a red car.
Yeah.
And so, I forgot what kind of car it actually was supposed to be. This reminds me of that car, but just with a Batman paint job.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's not one of those Batmobiles that has like the fucking fins or
the fins, the wings, or anything. But Nate, for me, I like it too because I'm also someone I've made it very clear how much I love the Pattinson Batmobile because I love Batmobiles that look like cars.
Exactly. Yeah.
I want it to look like a car. And so this is just a car. And I love how many times people comment throughout the series. That's a nice car.
Yeah.
I don't know, Scott. See, I'm kind of the opposite mindset there. I don't object to it just looking like a car, but when I think of the Batmobile, it's like that's part of the appeal for me over the years has been like every different iteration, whether it's animation or live action or comics, that's been a lot of the appeal for me is seeing the fact that there's like a Batmobile for different eras, and there's the Adam West version, there's the Keaton version, there's the Pattinson, the Affleck version. So that's always been something I really enjoyed is just seeing the different spins put on the Batmobile, and it's kind of, you can't really do that if it's strictly a car. So
but what I mean is, I don't mean, but I prefer. I guess my big thing is that I was never a fan of the Tumbler.
Because, I can get that. Yeah,
because that just
does it come in black?
It's a tank.
It's a tank.
It's a black tank.
I mean, as far as like I'm talking about cars here, Brad. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, to this day,
what's he pulling out?
I am pulling it out. I mean, this is still still my favorite Batmobile.
Yes, the animated series.
Animated series, and I mean, there is no reason for its bonnet to be like.
You don't like this one? You don't like this?
No, that's not for me. That's for me. I like this puppy. This is mine. And so it's just, but even this looks like a car, a badass car.
No, that looks like something Amazon would deliver packages in now.
This is what I have. I have.
Now, Scott, did you get that recently, or is that an OG?
I know this was the Target geeked
That's a good
out.
one. Yeah.
Gold label that McFarlane put out.
I would like to get one, possibly. I don't know if they're still in circulation though.
I got one. I got it around here somewhere.
I can check on Amazon. It might be on Amazon.
I had from Batman Forever it was the Batmobile where like you took the front part off and you could put the boat onto it.
I used to have that one
too.
Yes.
And you put the wings onto it and make the Batwing out of it.
Yeah,
that was
I used
so
to have
cool.
that too.
No, this is the Pattinson one. I made this in school. We like 3D printed it.
Look at that.
Look at that.
That's
Dope.
pretty sweet.
Yeah,
That's
it's
pretty
dope.
sweet. And I love the Pattinson fucking Batmobile.
I love the intro it has because it's like a monster movie.
Yeah.
Well, it literally is like a fucking creature of the night. I mean,
I
My
have that
theater
in
was
Rocket League.
rumbling.
I have that in Rocket League. The Pattinson
Oh, really?
Batmobile. Yeah, I can play as the Pattinson Batmobile on Rocket League.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's dope. I love that car. I can't wait to see it in part 2.
I mean, when it comes to Batmobiles, I mean, the Keaton Batmobile is probably my favorite live action one. But when it comes to animation, yeah, of course, the animated series one is the best one. I mean, there's just something about it. And yeah, does it need to be, that? Yeah, no, it doesn't. But at the same time, it just looks so cool.
No, I still love the mechanic episode where he's driving like the 50s Batmobile and it like putters out and he goes up to Earl and he goes, I need a new car.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing about Batfleck that nobody ever talks about is the fact that he's got vehicles that no other Batman has. He's got the Flying Fox. He's got the Nightcrawler. He's got more than just he's got the standard Bat vehicles, but he's also got he's just got like a military arsenal full of just Bat vehicles for like any situation.
Yes, Batman had some other vehicles too, I guess you could say. I mean, he had the ski boat.
Yeah,
and Batman Returns. He had the Bat. I mean, then of course when you get the Batman Forever, they had the Bat boat.
They had the Batmobile that had like the sides that came off of it and like so it could squeeze through an alleyway.
Oh, it became the Bat Missile.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had that.
I had that toy.
Yeah,
I had
so
the
did
Bat.
I
had the
love
Bat
that.
Missile, yeah.
I have the original. I think it's
yeah.
either Kenner or it might be I don't remember which one, but I've shown it off here and a couple other places. It's in storage, but I've got the original '89 Batmobile that you could fit the little Batman figure into. Where it's just got the opening on it.
Yeah, I had something like that too.
You know what this is? I mean, because as much as I love Keaton's Batmobile, there is a plot hole that's pretty obvious with it that nobody ever points out, which is in Batman Returns. The fact that he's able to just punch through the bottom of the Batmobile and pull that signal device, whatever the Penguin had on to control it. It's like that was his methodology of he's able to punch through the bottom of this car.
He's that strong, Brad. What are you talking about? Yeah, that was, you got to suspend that disbelief.
Yeah.
You really do. You really do when it comes, well, I mean, when Batman in general, but yeah. I mean, even like when he does do when he hits the thing and then he's like, they tear off the sides and he can fit through. I mean, if you think about it, it's like what engineer designed a building to just have that narrow of a
like a gap, yeah. And why does the Batmobile have to have this one special feature that's going to fit him through just that one special gap?
Yeah,
I mean,
that was the only reason why it needed to be done. Other than that, there was no reason why that needed to be.
And did he go back and like pick up the parts of the chassis that he shit off so the police didn't like take it back to forensics and find out?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions there. It was specifically there for a cool moment in the movie. That's all.
But that's also when it comes to the Tumbler, though, in The Dark Knight. That's why the moment where the Bat Pod is basically the ejection out of the Batmobile, and then the Batmobile self-destructs so it doesn't get left behind.
Yeah.
I remember that was the moment when we were watching it back in 2008. That was the moment I was watching the movie, and my then fiance, now wife, turned to me and went, "You look like a freaking 12-year-old watching Saturday morning cartoons." I was like, I know.
Well, when you see that tire start going, oh, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
They're doing it.
And the beauty of that scene too is like that whole scene had no score. But then of course when it was like, and then all of a sudden he breaks out and you hear that Hans Zimmer like, dun.
Listen, I wish I could find this. But I've one of these days I'll try to find it and like share it on Twitter. But a while back, somebody did an edit of that chase on YouTube that has the Batman Forever chase music over it, and it actually fits very well for it.
Does it really?
Yeah,
I've seen that.
You've seen that?
Elliot Goldenthal's music for Batman Forever is
great.
It's a great Batman score and is very underappreciated.
I really. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, it feels like a Batman fucking score.
I remember hearing like the score during like some of the toy commercials for Batman
Yeah.
Forever, and but that was before I saw the movie, so I wasn't expecting it to be part of the movie. Then I see Batman Forever, and like, oh, like Batman Forever was like one of my first experiences as a kid, like seeing like a tone shift in a franchise, and the score was a big part of it.
Yeah, that score like was I mean, I know like everybody knew, when it comes to Danny Elfman's score, which I know he's like, there's only one Batman score. Well, there's not.
Kiss my ass. There really is.
There isn't. There's a definitive Batman score which you created, Danny Elfman. We get it, but there are other Batman scores that we've heard in Batman Forever, and as well as
take it back to the Schumacher cut real quick, because there is one thing that maybe it might address. It's the part in it where it's right after they bring Dick Grayson into Wayne Manor, and then the bat signal gets sent out, and Bruce is like, take care of the kid, and he has to go out and take care of some business, and so then they have that chase scene with Two-Face. But in the context of the movie, you're like, well, so he basically got the bat signal, or you got the call to come out and get chased.
Doesn't make sense. Yeah,
exactly. So it's like, what was he called out for? So
yeah, I've wondered about that too, because when that happens, he goes out. It's like, all right, Commissioner Gordon wanted to call him out for something, but then when he's driving, all of a sudden he's just driving, and then all of a sudden he's just getting attacked by Two-Face and his goons. And it's like, all right, well, what happened to whatever Commissioner Gordon wanted? Yeah, you're right.
And also another thing you figure out as you grow up, watching Batman Forever, is that Dr. Chase Meridian is probably the worst therapist in the world. Because
I don't care. It's Nicole
so
Kidman.
hot.
That's true. That's true. Because I was like, I think like 8 years old when I first saw it. So, I mean, obviously there's innuendo that goes over your head at that age, but I mean, you watch it now as an adult, and it's
I was old enough that I got all the innuendo, and I was.
Yeah, she's not even trying to hide. It's like,
and
bring your scarred psyche,
There was so many photo shoots and I'm sorry, Rhea, I'm being completely misogynistic right now, and I don't care. But there was a lot of Nicole Kidman going on in my life back in 1995, and I was all there for it. Because I'd already been introduced to Nicole Kidman in Days of Thunder.
Oh yeah, Days of Thunder was great.
I think that's my first thing I saw her in was Batman Forever, actually.
Oh, I
really?
love Nicole Kidman. She's like, the mother of cinema, according to AMC.
Kind of is.
Oh yeah. Oh man, it's like I thought it would have been so hilarious going. I had this idea like playing that they played that the spot of her at AMC for like 2-3 years now. I thought the funniest thing they could possibly do is like when they play a version of that before Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom, where it has Jason Momoa instead.
That's the thing. It's like, I mean, I think a lot of us got like, hey, wait, Nicole Kidman, okay. But I mean, I think I'm with Scott. Where it's like, you got Days of Thunder. God, there was probably something else.
Eyes Wide Shut was around that time too, right?
No, Eyes Wide Shut was 99.
That was after, but
it?
I mean, watch that movie because, well, she's naked a lot in that movie.
That's an interesting. I mean, it was Kubrick's last movie. Yeah. I was right. 99. I had to.
Yeah, when you watch that movie, you really go, all right. There's cults everywhere. What are we doing?
Oh, you want to know the one that I remember also? To Die For.
Oh, yeah, To Die For was a good movie too. That was I remember watching that on HBO when it came out, and it was just it was one of those. That was after Batman.
Yes.
Forever. Yeah, that was like.
I think it was like 96. I think it was like the year after.
It was like 97, 96, 97, something like that.
No, it was the same year. They were both.
Was it really? Oh man.
They were both released in 95.
Wow. I thought that was 97 or 96 or wow.
Oh, y'all jogged my memory. She was also really good in The Northman.
Yeah. Northman. Oh yeah, the new
dude. Yes.
I mean, she's good in everything. Anytime she shows up, it's like, but in The Northman, it's like the scene where you reveal things, you go, oh my God. Like, yikes. But still very good. She was great as Arthur's, mom in the first Aquaman. She kicked ass. She was fine.
Of course, I fell in love with her in Moulin Rouge.
Oh, yeah.
She was
it's harder not to fall in love with anybody in that.
Oh, God. She was gorgeous in that movie. I mean, she's
So
always
is.
gorgeous, but she was
Yeah.
especially gorgeous in that movie.
But man, some of her lines in Batman Forever, and
Hot entrance.
hot entrance, yeah,
He says.
and now, black rubber, yeah, it's like Jesus Christ, it's like Jesus. I mean,
No,
and then
she
you have
went
that
for it.
scene
She
of her
shot
like,
shot.
huh?
She did shoot her shot.
Yeah.
She
No,
shot her shot big
yeah.
time.
Yeah, she laid it
Big
on
time.
thick. She was just putting herself out there. Big respect.
Mhm.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. And then of course you had that shot of her like when she's just like lying in bed, and like when Batman shows up, and there's
Oh,
like
yeah,
a shot of her, well, like the white sheet. It's like she's clearly naked, and you just kind of go, all right. And then I'm like, I mean, it's like a whole like romantic kind of, thing where it's like the Beast and the beauty,
And the fact that she tells him, "Yeah, I'm really after Bruce Wayne now." He's
Yeah, I know.
like,
Then all of a sudden she has a change of heart, and then he's all happy about it.
I'm like,
Because he's like,
like
yeah,
that.
she likes me, not this me, the other me.
I don't know.
it's
I
like-
can turn my head finally. No, but yeah. Let's whether what other like good moments that Chase Meridian has, and I always dug also and I'm sure there's some innuendo you could probably read into this. It's when Bruce goes to when he goes to her, he has like the therapy appointment with her at her office, and he's walking up to her office door, and he hears like the grunting behind the door.
Yeah.
And he smashes through the door, and she's boxing on a heavy bag, and I thought you were in trouble.
Looking hot.
Yeah, I'm Bruce Wayne. Good, you can afford to buy me a new door.
Yeah. Well, I know it's like, I mean, yeah. She was making it very vocal that she was like, huh, and he's like, oh my God, what's happening? And so it was just kind of funny. It's like, wow, she's very confident as a therapist. The fact that she was like, hey, I got a heavy bag in my office, and I'm just gonna beat the shit out of it and grunt like Serena Williams in a tennis match. I mean, this was before Serena Williams, but I mean, it was just like.
It was a very specific reference, Dave, and I appreciate it.
Yes, I know. I was like, I mean, she was like totally, but it's like, it's again, I appreciate Joel Schumacher and his Dutch tilts. When you see Val Kilmer walking down the hall, it like tilts.
Yeah, it does that.
And then he's just like, oh my God, I got to save her. And again, what I always say about Batman Forever is Val Kilmer's Batman or Bruce Wayne is better than his Batman.
I agree, man.
And that's one of the moments that shows that. It's like his Bruce Wayne, he's got one of the best Bruce Waynes live action because of what he does in that movie. I love his Batman as well, but his Bruce Wayne is top notch. It's above Keaton, folks. Yeah. It's above Keaton's Bruce Wayne.
He also has a great moment in one of the deleted scenes. I would imagine this is the Schumacher cut too. It's where Dick is training. He's hitting the bat, and I'll maybe be like the martial arts nerd in me, kind of break it out here. Now it's called a mukjang that he's punching against, and he's got the photo of Two-Face on, and Bruce has a conversation like, "Hey, you give any thought to your future? No, he's my future. You've got nothing to teach me." And then it cuts back to Bruce, and he roundhouse kicks the mukjang, and he kicks it in half. And it's like, "Oh, don't be too. You sure about that?" And again, he's like, he's Bruce Wayne, but he's like just bring a little bit of the Batman out in that moment.
See, I'm telling you, he's a better. He's had a really good Bruce Wayne, for sure. But
most certainly,
yeah.
So it was a kind of watching that documentary to Val. About his life and his career. That was a little bit sad when he talked about like playing Batman, and it was like a childhood dream, and he discovered now the suits have gotten better as far as mobility since then, but he mentioned things like he couldn't hear with the cowl on, and people had to.
Keaton said that too.
Yeah. And Kilmer mentioned like he couldn't even he couldn't like sit down. He had to have people kind of like help him stand up, and he would just kind of lean against the wall, between takes. So it's the suit is it's not glamorous being inside of that suit. It's certainly not during that era of Batman. They've gotten certainly better since, as far as like giving the wearer some relief and mobility, but still it's still somewhat incremental.
Yeah, but it's kind of crazy because it's not all that much. That's the thing. It's like You know, when it comes to suits, I mean, especially bat suits, Bale has talked about how. I mean, I remember hearing an interview with him when it came to the Batman Begins suit. Like the cowl hurt his head so much that he had headaches. So it was like but you know, Christian Bale is a fucking psycho when it comes to acting. That he
Method
just
acting,
utilized.
he
He
says, "I'll
utilized
use
it.
Yeah.
He utilized like the fact that he was in pain to be like, all right, well, I'm just gonna be Batman in this. So he just was like, I'm gonna use this. And then of course when they try to help it, I mean, obviously, you know,
They use the
Dark
real
Knight-
reason for like you want to be able to turn your head. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that probably helped, but still, you know, it's not easy to go to the bathroom, as he expressed. But
Yeah.
even like when it came to Batfleck and like you know, his BVS costume, as much as that's in my opinion the best costume.
Yeah,
but at the same time, I've heard too that Ben Affleck was like, yeah, it's still very, very uncomfortable, even though the cowl probably is not, because the cowl looks very thin and very like, okay, yeah, he's very much, it's not constrictive as the prior ones, but the suit itself was still very uncomfortable. And I think that was, you know, from what I gathered, at least what I heard, it was like, well, that's why, you know, when it came to the Flash's bat costume, that's why it looks so shitty. But Ben Affleck was very comfortable. You know?
Well, that's
Because-
something Citrone, Rich Citrone
Yeah.
mentioned to Steve and Andrew Dyson when he had them on, when they had him on BDS by the minute. He said, "Yeah, the suit is not," because he talked about filming the warehouse scene. He said, "Yeah, the suit is not easy to move in, although you certainly wouldn't know it from watching that fight scene."
Yeah, seriously. I mean, Ben Affleck moving in that, it's like, it's one thing, but geez, man, Citrone to try to, you know, do all that. I mean, obviously they have a stunt suit that is a little more, you know, liberating, I guess you could say, when it comes to his movements, and they do that, but at the same time, it's probably still very, very uncomfortable. There's a lot of padding, and it's really hot. I mean, that's the thing. Like, no matter what, when it comes to these costumes, I mean, they are not fun to be in. I mean, they're cool. I mean, they're really cool. But when these actors are shooting numerous days, man, they're just kind of going, get me out of there.
That's why Ray Fisher has it so easy, where he's got the motion capture suit, and that's all he has to, you know. Because
He's
you
wearing
imagine,
pajamas.
can you imagine like
Pajamas.
somebody trying to get in this big honking metal suit every day, like for
Oh,
that?
dude, that would suck. I still remember when Michael Jai White had to be in the Spawn full on. He had to be wearing everything, and I remember seeing behind the scenes footage of him just like sitting down and just going.
Oh no, I can speak personally to that, because having interviewed him, because he told you know, one of the things he mentioned is that you know, the face, just the first time to get it was 4 hours to get the face on the first time, and eventually they managed to get down to about 2 hours. But then the suit was, you know, the Spawn suit was basically like a one-piece suit, and of course it's very form-fitting. So what they would do when they put the face on first, and then the way he would get into a suit is that basically he would grab a bar, and they would just kind of feed him into it by his feet.
Yeah.
Oof. So
see,
yeah,
that's the thing. It's like if you want these tight, you know, comic accurate suits where they just are molded, unless you're doing literal tights, you have to take like these liberties of like the fact that you have to have these uncomfortable suits. You know, I mean, I'm not saying like Henry Cavill was uncomfortable, but at the same time, it took. I mean, I think there was like a thing that was reported that it wasn't easy getting in and out of even the Man of Steel or BVS Superman suits, because they're so freaking tight. I'm kind of curious of like when it comes to David Cornsweet and the fact that the suit's like a little bit more giving. I'm like, how easy was it to get in and out of the suits? And I'm kind of wondering if it's going to be one of those, oh yeah, it's not as bad. They took liberties. There's zippers. You don't see them, and he can get in and out of them. He could pee very easily. He could just like go to the urinal and just be like, zip, there's a zipper. You don't see it, but we have it in the suit. You know, and I'm kind of wondering if like it's gotten to the point where it's like, oh yeah, that's why they decided to go like, hey, it's a little baggier, but you know, we're gonna make it work, and it's not gonna be one of these uncomfortable suits where David Cornsweet wants to kill himself on set, because we're gonna be shooting in the summer in Cleveland. And I mean, that had to be not fun no matter what. But I'm just kind of wondering,
Yeah, that's something I remember. That's something I remember Bale saying. He had told he passed on to Ben Affleck, and he also said this to Robert Pattinson. They both asked him, "What advice would you give us for playing Batman?" And the first thing he said to both of them was, "Make sure you take a piss on your own in that suit."
Yeah. That's the thing, man.
Yeah,
The sacrifices you have to make to wear a awesome bat suit. But I'm kind of wondering too about Pattinson. I mean, yeah, Pattinson, his bat suit probably wasn't fully comfortable, but it probably was more comfortable than what Keaton and Kilmer and Clooney wore for sure. Because the pants in general were just like
there's cargo pants, yeah.
Yeah, they were just not, but the what had his upper body in the cowl probably was not fully comfortable because they were more molded onto him. But yeah, at least the pants were not so much.
That was a weird thing for me too with the Pattinson suit, was because I admit it, at first I wasn't really feeling it too much, and and it did kind of start to grow on me as we got closer to it, and seeing within the context of the movie, it did make me appreciate the fact that they really are going for the idea of, because he's still very fresh in his career, the idea with this bat suit is that it's, for lack of a better term, homemade. So the idea is that he's still in the process of kind of assembling what his Batman image is going to be. So his suit is still kind of work in progress to a large extent.
Well, also the fact that he wears it underneath, that jacket, and keeps like half of it in that backpack. Yeah. That when he's Drifter Bruce, it was that was a bat suit that worked so well for the aesthetic of the film in which it was in, and I dug it so much. I still love the fact that the grappling gun was spring loaded and comes out of his wrist like that.
Yeah. It's so good, and I love that shot of him when he in Gotham PD, and then they have that camera just on him, and he's just like, and then you just see that shot of him, and everybody's shooting at him. God, Matt Reeves, you son of a bitch.
Well, then when he gets to the top floor and he looks down, he's and he hasn't jumped from as many rooftops as Affleck or Keaton or a lot of the other previous Batman.
Yeah, when he's gonna do the squirrel suit thing, yeah, he's just like, height's still a little bit of a thing.
And his fear is rational, because look what happens when he jumps off of that building.
Yeah, he effed himself up a little bit when it comes to that. Yeah, I know, that's what's so great about it. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to costumes, I mean, that's the thing, is you got to keep on moving it forward when it comes to all that. But yeah, but still, when you see costumes in Batman Forever, I still think the Batman Forever costumes are fucking awesome. They're some of the best costumes. Like the Robin costume, the fact that they brought that into the mold, and I remember seeing.
I'm with you, Ray. That the Tim Drake era costume was.
The Tim Drake one? What do you mean?
No.
That's what's modeled after.
That's what's modeled after.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah,
because even Robin in Batman the Animated Series.
Because he had pants.
Right.
Yeah.
But still, the black cape, the yellow underneath, the green full leggings. I mean, that's Tim Drake's outfit. So
yeah. I had that figure. Yeah, the little figure.
I really hope Tim Drake appears in Batman Brave and the Bold. I need one of my favorite Robins in live action.
See, that's the question when it comes to the DCU. It's all right, Superman, easy to be okay, all right, he's year 2, year 3, whatever the fuck it is, and you have other superhero. But then when you start tackling Batman, and you're all right, he's well established. So it's all right, so how much do you inject into the Bat family? And I mean, obviously, when it came to the new Batman Adventures, I mean, they essentially combined, Tim and Jason, their backstories together. It's oh yeah, he's really smart, but he had a fucked up past. And it's all right, well, that's not okay. So you're taking both the characters and kind of combining them because, again, kid show, as we always say. on the stream is the fact that it's like, okay, yeah, you're not going to show like a Jason Todd who's going to get beaten to death with a crowbar by the fucking Joker, Mark Hamill laughing his ass off. You're not going to do that. So it's like, all right,
we'll get something that actually is worse later.
Yeah. You're going to do something. It's true. Yeah. So you're going to have something like that later. But during that initial run, you're going to be like, all right, well, let's just bring in a new Robin and we're going to like do a combination. So it was like, all right, that works. But at the same time, it's like, what do you do now? Like, Snyder even was like, oh, yeah, I like the concept of Batman or Robin dying. And, at first when it was released, it's like, oh, yeah, it's Jason Todd because that was the studio doing it. But then Zach goes, nah, it's Dick. My version, Dick Grayson gets fucking, he gets offed.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So now I'm just kind of wondering, like, okay, so what's going to happen with, there's so much that can go into this DCU Batman if you're going to have the whole Bat family. It's like, oh, there's a lot. It's not going to be an easy task. It's really not going to be an easy task when it comes to all the players that are part of that. It's like, how much do you add to that? And then, of course, you have Damian. So you have, a fourth Robin, technically fifth. I don't know how you want to approach it. Because if you want to think Carrie Kelly, but that's also an Elseworlds.
But you got Stephanie
Brown.
Yeah, you can do
Jesus Christ, there's so many different Robins. So
Cassandra Cain, maybe
she was a Batgirl, but yeah,
she's not a Robin, but still a protege.
Yeah, Batman's had a few children over the years in comics, that's for sure. And only one of them is technically his.
That's the issue that you have with Batman. It's just like so much is like and I know they're gonna just be like, all right, we're gonna do like these versions and kind of do that, and I'll be okay with it. But man, there's just so many different, when it comes to the Bat family, when you're going to expand that world, that's not an easy task for sure. For movies, not an easy, but you could probably do it for a TV show. And eventually, we're going to get like a Daredevil. When Daredevil came out, the first Daredevil season 1, I remember watching going, I'm like, hey, can we get a Batman version of this? My God.
By the way, suits that can actually move in, at least the ninja suit.
Yeah, true. Can we get like, I remember thinking when I watched the first season of Daredevil, I went, there's got to be eventually we're going to get a whole like Batman, Superman, Flash, Justice League thing like this where everybody gets their own TV show. And then there's going to be a Justice League TV show, right? Series or something like that? Probably. I don't know.
Oh, I might have missed y'all talking about the Penguin Showcase. Not that like I want to add a whole other hour to the show, but what are high level thoughts about that? I think I missed it from everyone.
Oh, you're talking about the Penguin, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was really stoked on it, and it was funny how like I guess like my initial impression with Colin Farrell's sort of engagement with the panel. Maybe I was just like reading him wrong, but. Yeah, I kind of saw, some of this, and maybe he was just, maybe that's like an affectionate sort of like, yeah, I'm listening, or like, maybe he felt like it was a chore being there. I'm not sure. And then, I don't know. Maybe I was like, yeah, I wonder what that's about. But yeah, his, I guess like his like engagement with the panel as well, and expressing like passion about the character and wanting to, be in anything, additional to, play that character too. I thought that was really rad. So I saw like genuine enthusiasm and connection, with in participation, I guess, like in the discussion as well. When I saw
were you in that hall when that was happening? Yeah, you were, right? Okay, so that had to be cool to see that. I think like I don't know why Colin Farrell wasn't physically there. I don't know if he was on vacation or he was on a set.
Probably shooting something else, I think.
Yeah.
Sounds like it, but he looked very tanned, right? He looked like he got some sun. That was one of the things that we were talking about during the stream that I had.
I still can't believe that's him under the makeup.
Yeah.
That's damn good makeup.
Oh, and I felt bad that like he kind of had to legitimize him being cast. He kind of acknowledged how folks' feedback was, oh, why didn't they cast someone, with a similar physicality to the character? And he was like, yeah, I was already cast. And then they kind of designed the character around what they wanted. And, the feedback loop sort of happened after he was cast. So I thought that was really interesting. So yeah.
See, that's the thing about his Penguin is like the fact that it's same thing when it comes to Danny DeVito as Penguin. It's like, this is a character that has had a couple of iterations where it's like, yeah, you have to have a certain type of look to him. So the fact that these actors who don't look like that get put in these prosthetics, I don't know. It's just to me, it adds to the appeal to it. The fact that I remember when before the Batman came out and I was showing people, family members and stuff like that. I'm like, do you recognize this actor? And I showed a picture. I'm like, no. I'm like, you know who Colin Farrell is, right? Yeah, that's Colin Farrell. No, what are you fucking talking? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? What the, it is like an interesting thing where it's like, okay, so you have this character where it's like, but at the same time, it's like that's part of the appeal to Batman's rogues gallery is the fact that these characters are very like there's
they're very larger than life.
Yeah, there's an aesthetic to them. So, and then of course, if you want to add something to the character, it's like, yeah, you have to have somebody who's like who can actually approach this. And I remember when Colin Farrell first got cast as the character, everybody thought, they're going to do like what they did with Gotham. He's not going to be fat or something like that. He's going to be just like a thin, he's going to look like Colin Farrell, but it's going to have like some certain things. And then all of a sudden we get this and it's like, what? And I can totally understand why Colin Farrell as an actor finds that appealing because he's literally transforming into somebody else. And that's what, as an actor, that's what you want. You want to just completely fall into like, oh, this is this character. And if you can fall into that, not just, mentally, you can fall into that physically. That's totally appealing. And I think that's what's appealing to the audience is the fact that it's like, wow, that's Colin Farrell. This guy's he's been a heartthrob for over a decade. And he's been a leading man in numerous movies and stuff like that. And he's always been a good looking dude. And then he's playing this fucking ugly, fat fucking dude. It's like, it's crazy. It's just, that's the appeal, I guess. And that adds to the character, I guess. I don't know. It's
kind of like everything you described there. It's certainly, it's similar to probably, I kind of liken it a bit to like the original, like the 1990, like the Warren Beatty, Dick Tracy movie.
Yeah,
because there's so much makeup in that on those villains, and like none of those villains, and the whole rogue gallery of Dick Tracy. They have characters like Prune Face and like
Flat Top
at the blank, or what's
Mumbles,
or like the guy with the big head and like the tiny beady eyes. And so it's like nobody looks like that in reality, but the idea of it is that these characters are archetypes within this very fantastical world that's all in primary colors. So their look reflects the fact that this reality is there's a fantastical undercurrent to this reality.
Yeah,
and the same thing with Batman.
By the way, Colin Farrell is actually filming a movie called A Big, Bold, Beautiful Journey, where he'll be co-starring with Margot Robbie.
Oh,
that's what he's doing right now.
I heard about that.
That filming started in April.
Sounds about right.
Good for him. See, that's the thing. It's like, but it's just, I don't know. That's I think that's one of the appeals, and maybe that'll add more when it comes to the Penguin series. Is like, it's essentially taking like, hey, if you take Brad Pitt and put him into a fat suit and makeup, it's like, hey, because it's some people are just like, when they push back on it, like, well, they could have just hired somebody who looked like that. Yeah, they could have, but you're not going to be as intrigued when you find out, wait, that's Colin Farrell? Are you kidding me? Like you would not even know, and yeah, if you listen to his voice a little bit, Yeah, there's a little Colin Farrell, but at the same time, this is an Irish actor who has an Irish accent, who's a good-looking, like, takes care of himself. He takes care of himself. If you look at him physically, he takes care of himself, and he's playing like this, like this character. Like, I could see why he even wants to dive into it, because it's completely the opposite of who he actually is, and he has to do like this kind of like, hey, take it easy, sweetheart, you know. And it's like, that's not his voice, that's not his accent, that's not his body, it's not anything. And again, I mean, actors are psychos.
Well, another good example probably speaks to that is Scott
Christian
Adkins,
Bale.
John Wick 4.
True.
Oh,
He's got the big fat in
yes,
the
yes.
the German accent, and like the gimmick there obviously is that, of course,
It's
the character's 400 pounds, but he can move and kick and flip like Scott Adkins.
Yeah.
So,
there's that. There's Tom Hanks has done it. There's Tom Hanks. I mean, when you look at Castaway, I mean, Jesus Christ. Tom Hardy's done it. I mean, but yeah, you look at Tom Hanks in Castaway. I mean, he literally was like, all right. I mean, they shot the first part of Castaway.
I think he gained weight for that first
part.
Yeah,
he gained weight for the first part. Then he had to lose a bunch of weight over a year, and then they shot the rest of it for him looking skinny, and then of course growing the beard and all that stuff, and blah blah blah. And
Christian Bale's done that to himself for years.
The Machinist to Batman Begins.
I love that story where he's like he was like 110 pounds, whatever, and then he had to bulk up for Batman, and then William's back.
William's back.
and then he got bigger than they wanted him to for Batman Begins, so it's like he had to trim down for that. And then
that's what I loved about the Christian Bale thing was like he gained literally 100 pounds in like 6 months because he was eating nothing but like steak and potatoes, and he's all I got big as a bear, and then they were like, okay, you're too big, we have to lean you out now. So he gained 100 pounds in like 6 months because he was just workout, but he was so just, he was probably Batman, or he was probably Dark Knight Returns level size. And then they were like, hey, dude, we need you to be actually, kind of shredded. So then they had to get somebody to get him shredded. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like these actors, I mean, Tom Hardy's talked about that too. He's done, rapid weight losses and weight gains too. And he's even said, he's all, my body's fucked up now. And it's like, man, it's crazy what these guys do just for the role.
I love the story when Bale played Dick Cheney. What was that called?
Vice.
And he said that, and he had to gain a bunch of weight for that. And he said that was the first time, because he's done like I'll get skinny, I'll get chunky, I'll get bulky, I'll go back and forth between one and the other. And then for Vice, he gained a bunch of weight, but he said that was the first time for a role that he actually consulted with a dietitian, because he's like, okay, I would actually like to live a happy 47 years.
Yeah, but it probably was the happiest that he had. Anytime that an actor has to like get fat for a role, that's got to be like the most fun thing, because it's like, oh, I get to eat whatever I want,
not work out,
and not work out, sweet, But as opposed to like when he got fucking 120 pounds for The Machinist, that was probably pure hell.
Yeah,
just like Joaquin Phoenix, who has done it now twice, where you had to get like skinny, where you're eating like an apple or two a day, and just that's about it. It's like, I mean, Joaquin Phoenix is one of those too, where it's like, dude, like you can't do a Joker 3 or you're going to fucking your health, man. I mean, you see him in Joker, the second one, it's like, oh, wow, he kind of did it again. Like you got all skinny again. It's like, geez, man. Yeah. I mean, these actors, man, they're psychos. They're psychos. I mean, they're psychos. I mean, that's the thing. And so you have to be psycho to do it, But
well, William, now that you're back, you want to talk about the feral kid theory?
The what?
The feral kid theory. You want to talk about that now you're back, William?
Nah, it's on the ban list. But this
not on here, it ain't.
So. I'm pretty sure you will probably drive Dave to create a ban list after all these years of being on the air.
Really?
After 40,000, Brad will drive you to create a ban list. That's the effect. If you keep him on here long enough, trust me.
Look up the feral kid theory, you guys know it's true.
I kind of want to know what this theory
It's
is.
the theory
Lord.
the theory is that in Fury Road that Tom Hardy he's not Mel Gibson's Mad Max, that he's an adult version of the feral kid from Road Warrior.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that theory. Yeah, I've heard that.
Well, and
theory.
it's we look at it as totality. I mean, it's so obvious that it's true. I mean, come on.
Not really, no.
Exactly.
It's undeniable.
No, it's really not, because the end of Road Warrior has him talking from the old man perspective that he becomes, and he doesn't like at all attribute the idea that he was once a version of Mad Max. So no, I reject the premise. Sorry, Brad.
No, but here's the kicker though. Where do you get the music box in Fury Road?
Music boxes come and go in the wastelands of Australia, my friend. Like you're reaching.
William,
wrecked cars.
I love the enthusiasm, but my guy, you're reaching kind of hard.
I don't even love the enthusiasm because it's silly. First of all, if you are going to do some bullshit, and this is what this is like this, after you've led people to believe that this is Mad Max, and all of a sudden you pull this out of your ass, I'm not going to be too happy as a paying customer. First of all, this franchise is on life support anyway. Why would you pull the plug? This pulls the plug. I mean, it's just silly. So, no. It's a silly conspiracy, but probably fell asleep. But yeah,
no, he's pondering he's you have to go off.
Yeah, I don't think he's wasting any.
He's not listening to you debunk the all the everything I'm bringing to the table here. So
it would only take him 30 seconds to debunk it. Yeah. I mean, it took Phil 20 seconds.
I'm wondering, like Rhea, what portion of this tomorrow should I devote to? What do you guys have me on?
How about none?
Oh, well, it's a get to know you stream primarily. So.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Yeah, that's all. If it's good know me, then I'll just leave that out.
What I noticed too is like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like, yeah, just off the cuff, like we talk about topics and stuff, but do we all really like know each other? I know William for sure. Well, I know William and I know Phil, and I kind of know Dave. And
yeah, we've had dinner together.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know, just a random weird thought.
Yeah, well, William, I first discovered actually on Dave's Patreon streams. That's where I first saw him, and then I saw him on Poindexter Lounge a lot. And I
finally met him, by the way. I finally met Enosh.
Yeah, I saw his
so
video
jealous.
where he showed up at the Sci-Fi Center.
Yeah, trying to rob me, and I'm like, go ahead, it's insured.
Yeah. Were you not there?
My plane was just landing from San Diego while he was
okay.
doing that. So, and he had to go because he was with his girl. He came back a couple of days later. And we talked.
Okay. So
how's
they
he
were
doing?
there
Because I know he had kind of sabbatical from his streaming life.
Nah, he's doing fine. He's got, like I said, there's some other priorities he's got to, that he's taking care of and enjoying right now, before he gets back, to go into a regular full-time thing. But yeah, it was good to meet him. Unfortunately, he bought Austin and Brad with him, but no, I'm just kidding. But no, yeah, they were his, because like I said, I was his entire time here, 90% of the time here, I was in San Diego, so it was just poorly, not poorly planned, because but I was already planned to be out there by the time he came in. But yeah, finally got a chance to meet Enosh after being on the screen with him after all this time.
Yeah, oh, by the way, I was laughing when William, when I first saw William doing the review of Deadpool and Wolverine. I mean, I was trying to listen to his thoughts, but I was laughing my ass off at whatever you were doing, Phil, with the cardboard cutout behind you with the sword and like all this stuff there. That's probably
I didn't even notice that till after I got home and watched that review again. I did not notice he was behind me.
To be fair, I probably would have done something like that too. I would have been like, playing around with
where I was like doing the fourth wall break with the cardboard cutouts.
Yeah,
that was intentional. That was by design.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't even notice. I just noticed it was pixelated a little bit because we were down in the basement. That was the weirdest theater I've ever been to, man. It's cool. It's still cool, but it was just weird. You have to keep going down and down and down. It was like, are we there yet?
It was. I actually had the luxury of seeing the movie the second time with my cousin at that same theater. The thing is that the theater we were initially supposed to watch the movie, and they were having technical issues, so they bunched us into another theater, same time, same showing, but they didn't bother telling the other people like, oh, hey, by the way, there are other people coming into your showing. They did not at all do any kind of seating arrangement. It was basically a free for all. It was so fucking just insane.
That's how fights break out, man. At least ours. Like I said, I didn't realize how far away I had booked that until she told me. He's like, oh, it's 21 minutes away. I'm like, oh shit, sorry guys. And then when we get there, there's all kinds of con people there, so I didn't feel as bad because it was and I got my bucket. I got my I almost got a Wolverine bucket, but the dude bought the last one. Now he had was it the cup or the bucket? But $40 a pop, man.
Yeah.
Man.
Jeez.
I wanted a Wolverine bucket. They didn't have any.
I thought by going this far out, I mean, I guess we had a better chance at getting them, but they didn't order that many, and I mean, they were that theater was packed.
Yes,
that
it
little
was.
cinema, we were packed, but that was a good time though.
Oh, I'm
I
sure.
would've
It was a
back.
very
Well,
good
it's
time.
well, not just that theater, but also, I mean, just country. I mean, when I'm driving to my theater that I usually go to, I mean, this is the most number of cars I've seen out in the parking lot.
Dude.
In like all summer, really.
Dude, like when we went, because I was with my dad, my brother, and my nephew, and we were coming back from a Dodgers game, burning, just ugh. And we got some dinner, and then we pulled into the parking lot, and we were just like, oh my God, the theater. Like, yeah, there's not going to be any close parking, so just find whatever we can. And yeah, it was packed. It's crazy. And Nate, what are your, we haven't got your thoughts about, I know you gotta, we're gonna probably end this soon, but I wanted to end on the behalf, since you're like very much a Marvel guy, Deadpool and Wolverine, initial thoughts.
I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. It did everything it needed to do. All the cameos I thought were great. My theater, I saw it twice. So I saw it the Friday night, I saw it the Sunday night. And my first theater was super reactive to it. Like, it was obvious that these were people that really cared. And the Sunday night, it was very, like, there was no emotion at all in the theater.
Really?
Like, no one was really laughing at it. No one was like, screaming or, cheering for certain things.
Interesting.
But yeah, it was still a really good experience though. Yeah, I did a review on my channel for it, like an initial reaction, and then I did a live stream. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, Hugh Jackman is so good. It's like he never missed a second of playing that character. He just leaned right back into it, and he was so great. Ryan Reynolds was great. The action was good. The ending made me kind of choke up when they're, holding hands and they're, at the core, absorbing all the energy, just because, like, the music in that part is so powerful, and just like they're going through each other's heads, like they're doing it for this reason. Like, Wolverine's doing it to, it's kind of his redemption to, like, he's saving Wade's world because he couldn't save his X-Men. Wade's doing it to save his family. That just kind of hit with me. I don't know if it hit with any of you guys, but it just kind of made me choke up in that moment, that they're doing it for their respective, families. And yeah, really enjoyed it. I thought the humor was really good too. I'm really glad it didn't really tie, like, they didn't have to push them into the actual MCU. I thought it was good that it was contained on its own. It doesn't really, like, obviously Wade jumps into that universe at the beginning, but the two of them aren't actually in, like, 616 at the end. And I think that's what was really good about it. It just was a standalone movie. Didn't have to, set up that they're coming in Avengers or, any other future projects. It was just a standalone journey with the two of them, and they were just so good together.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good review right there. I like that. And what do you think about the future of those two characters? Just Secret Wars, or what are we thinking here?
I mean, I honestly don't know what Avengers 5 holds in terms of, if there's a specific storyline they're going with. If that's where they bring all the heroes in first, and then Secret Wars is kind of like in the 2015 run where certain heroes are in it and then others are off in their own thing, trying to get Doom out of that control state and get the heroes back into their, their normal kind of mind frame. I hope they show up in Avengers though. Like, it would make sense if they did, with the TVA kind of having dealt with them and they still have a kind of link with them at that point. Because I think the TVA could play a really important part in Avengers 5 and maybe even Secret Wars. So yeah, I hope they come back. I hope they still kick some great ass. Because again, that shot when Wolverine puts the mask on, and
Yeah, that
it's
was
just
my favorite shot of the movie. That was
Yeah,
my
and
favorite part of the movie.
just the trucking shot down the street, wiping all the Deadpools out. That was so awesome. So yeah, I hope we see more of them soon.
Nice. Well, that's a good way to end the stream right now. What? Somebody say
I
something?
said I think we will.
Okay, yeah, we definitely will. But we're gonna end the stream right here. It's a good high note to end it on, and we'll go around the horn and promote stuff. Nate, thank you for joining for sure. And
Thank you for having me.
know, yeah, you always have an open door if you want to like always be a part of this. Hey, let's talk more. But go ahead and promote anything you got going on right now.
Sure. So obviously you can find me on YouTube at THWIP Media. I'm on Twitter at nsmith_616. I don't have any like upcoming content right now. I'm just kind of balancing work and life and trying to figure out how I can, keep the channel up. I still have some recent things like obviously my Deadpool reaction and my San Diego Comic-Con stream. But other than that, just thank you so much for having me on. It was a pleasure meeting all of you, getting to talk all the kinds of nerdy things that we all like. And yeah, I hope I've charmed you enough to want to have me back on at some point.
For sure, man. Yeah, totally. No, you're welcome back anytime, man.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, any Friday. Yeah, if you have a Friday and any Friday you want to, show back up, you're part of it. You're part of the panel. Phil, you're next.
I am. Thank you again for having me on. As always, it's a great pleasure to get to talk to old and new friends alike. Nate, it was a pleasure getting to know you. Not through the chats and whatnot. Cool cat. I'll be sure to check into your streams when I can. I'll be sure to subscribe afterwards. Anyone wants to follow me, you can do so. Instagram, Vero, Blue Sky, and Threads, just at Unfiltered. I also put out a bunch of stuff through Multiverse of Color, like I did the Star Trek Hall H recap. I did that. I've got an article regarding that. I put out an opinion piece today in regards to Robert Downey Jr. being the prime candidate for Doctor Doom. So there's that there as well. And I will be doing a review for House of the Dragon finale after that airs. And I will also be covering the Rebel Moon Director's Cut. So I'll be reviewing those as well for the Multiverse of Color website. And we also had the last episode of The Four Nerds last Wednesday. So by all means, everyone check that out too if you get the chance. I'll be doing more stuff on my YouTube channel with the time to come as the time goes on. So it'll be interesting to, pick my friends' brains on what I can do to add more content to that channel. So thank you again. Appreciate it, man.
I like it. All right, Brad.
Yes, and I think you have me on as always, and also nice meet you, Nate, as well. And I just followed you on Twitter. I'll check out and subscribe to your YouTube channel as well.
Thank you.
You guys, everybody can follow me on usual like Facebook, Twitter. I need to use my Instagram more, but I have one. I can also be my work can be found on various different outlets like Kung Fu Kingdom and the Fortress of Solitude. Right now, I'm looking to expand my my online journalism career a lot more in the coming months, and so just watch out for that as definitely continuing to go down that hole as I also continue my also other side of my professional life and coaching at my my dojo, and which involves getting my butt kicked periodically by some of the upcoming students. And of course, also you can find me on the Sci-Fi Center with the man with the lightning bolt, Mr. William Powell. We've got, of course, a charity stream or a charity. A charity.
All right, man.
Period. I'm looking for the right term here. Another period stretch or charity stretch. We're coming up with here with the Rebel Moon Director's Cuts leading into Zack Snyder's Twilight of the Gods. So we'll be announcing more with that and doing more with that as it comes up. And you'll also see me being interviewed by Ms. Rhea and movie Madness Tomorrow. And I'm sure we'll find all kinds of things to that Rhea can get payback on me on for like having a point through, and I'm still figuring this out on the streaming point through her to get to Steve on my search.
On my beard.
Yeah.
All right, Rhea, what do you got?
Hi. Yeah, I am booting back up my gaming content as well as my pop culture TV and film content. So just check out my X account at Glimmering Harpy. That's kind of like my central hub to share all my links and stuff. So yeah, it's all there. check it out.
There it is. Check her out. All right. And then, of course, William.
You can just Google the Sci-Fi Center. All of our social media comes out. If you're going to go directly to the YouTube page, it's right there, youtube.com/@the Sci-Fi Center. Literally up now. About to go do our TGIF show, and then our Batman Cape Crusader shows, the first 4 episodes tomorrow at 2 p.m., and then the overnight show that happens that Saturday at 8 p.m. So it should be loaded since it's the first one back in Vegas. So, yay. That's
TGIF. Go follow William, and he's going to continue on and do all that stuff. All right. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you, Nate. Great talking to you. Like I said, Nate's going to hopefully show back up and be part of the panel. Great talking to you. And thank you to Phil. Thank you to Brad. Thank you to Rhea. Thank you to William. Thank you to Steven. Thank you to Scott. And do we have anybody else? Chris Balga, of course. Always got to remember Chris. And thank you to those guys. And we love you guys. And thank you to the panel right here. We will talk to you guys later.